stand on the precipice of greatness, yet most people never see it. Their lives unfold according to an invisible script, one written long before they were born. This script is filled with outdated beliefs, unconscious rules, and destructive patterns that keep them small, without them even realizing it. But every now and then, someone breaks free. Not because they are smarter or luckier than others, but because they changed the way they saw themselves, the world, and what was possible. That person could be you. This is your invitation to step out of the shadows and take control of your life. The law of manifestation is not just a principle. It is your ticket to break free from the constraints that have held you down for so long. You are not a victim of circumstance. The world around you, with its chaos and noise, is a reflection of the thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes that you choose to entertain. The world is shaped by the thoughts of individuals just like you. Everything you see in your environment, from the technology in your hand to the businesses that fill the streets, was created by people who were no smarter or more deserving than you. But they understood one thing that most people don't. They had control over their thoughts. They used the law of manifestation to shape their reality. The world is not a rigid system of rules you must obey. No, the world is clay. It is moldable. It is malleable. But only if you believe you have the right to shape it. Too many people spend their lives tiptoeing through this world, waiting for permission to make their move, living as though they are strangers in someone else's house. The truth is, you don't need anyone's permission to take what's yours. The world is yours to mold. But you must first recognize your own power, your own agency. When you take ownership of your space in this world, you'll find that the doors you once thought were closed begin to open. And when you walk through them, you'll realize that success was never a matter of luck. It was a matter of seeing things for what they truly are, the product of your thoughts. No one else will ever care about your life more than you do. This is a cold, hard truth that many avoid, but it's the key to reclaiming your power, your success, your happiness, your growth. It all begins with you. No one is coming to hand you success. No one is going to lose sleep over your dreams or fight your battles for you. People around you, even those who love you, are wrapped up in their own lives. Expecting someone else to care more about your goals than you do is a path that leads to disappointment. Once you internalize this truth, it is liberating. It means you are in control. It means you are the CEO of your own life. No one else can walk your path, fight your battles, or create your success but you. Stop waiting for external validation, for someone else's approval. You must prioritize yourself, unapologetically. This isn't selfishness, it's self-responsibility. In order to lead a family, a business, or a movement, you must first lead yourself. And leading yourself means you must take responsibility for your actions, your time, and your growth. When you embrace this, something remarkable happens. The world begins to respect you more. People around you start to recognize your time as valuable. They start to understand that your vision is your guiding light, and they will either fall in line or be left behind. The law of manifestation doesn't work for those who wait. It works for those who act. It works for those who seize every opportunity, who take responsibility for their thoughts and actions, and who shape their own destiny. Feel the fear, and do it anyway. Fear is not your enemy. It is your signal to move forward. Every time you encounter fear, know that you are on the verge of growth. It is not the presence of fear that separates the successful from the stagnant. but the way they deal with it. High achievers, those who have unlocked the law of manifestation, feel fear just like anyone else. The difference is, they don't let it stop them. When you feel that knot in your stomach, when the voice in your head whispers, "What if I fail?" understand that this is a sign you are on the right path. It means you are stepping into new territory. It means you are growing. Courage isn't the absence of fear. No, courage is moving forward in spite of it. Every time you choose to act in the face of fear, you expand your comfort zone. What once seemed intimidating will soon feel like second nature. Fear is nothing more than excitement in disguise, and you must learn to harness it. Every fear you face and overcome makes you stronger, more powerful, more capable. Tomorrow is a new day. This is your chance to start fresh. No matter what mistakes you made today, no matter how badly things went, tomorrow offers a clean slate. The law of manifestation operates on consistency. It doesn't care about your past failures. It only cares about your future actions. When you understand that no setback is permanent, you free yourself from the chains of self-pity and frustration. Resilience is the key to your power. Every failure is simply a lesson. Every day offers a new opportunity to grow. So when you wake up tomorrow, shake off the negativity and embrace the possibilities. Look at your failures as data, not as a definition of your worth. Learn from them. Adjust. Try again. Each time you get back up, you get closer to your goals. And over time, this mindset of continued renewal makes you unstoppable. The world cannot break you when you refuse to stay down. The law of manifestation works through action, through persistence, through unwavering belief in your ability to shape your reality. How you do one thing is how you do everything. This is a truth you must embrace if you are to master the law of manifestation. Every small action, every minor task, is a reflection of the mindset that drives your entire life. It is not just the big moments that matter, it's the small ones. Excellence is not a destination, it is a habit. If you cut corners when no one is watching, if you allow yourself to be complacent with the small tasks, you are training yourself for mediocrity. But when you approach everything you do with focus, with intention, and with the belief that every action matters, you set yourself up for success. The law of manifestation is not just about thinking big. It's about being big in every small moment. It's about the integrity with which you approach life. When you commit to the highest standards in all that you do, you begin to condition your mind to expect excellence, to expect growth, and to expect success. The way you do the small things will determine how you handle the big things. Always be growing. Growth is the essence of life. The moment you believe you have learned enough, that you've reached your peak, is the moment your progress begins to stagnate. The most successful people in the world have one thing in common. They never stop growing. They never stop learning. They never stop pushing themselves to new heights. This mindset shift is essential if you are to harness the full power of the law of manifestation. Your abilities are not fixed. They are as malleable as the universe itself. Every failure, every mistake, every setback is simply an opportunity to get better. The law of manifestation rewards those who believe in constant self-improvement. When you see yourself as a work in progress, you open yourself up to unlimited potential. Growth is not linear. It is a constant upward spiral. And when you commit to lifelong learning, to daily improvement, there is no limit to what you can achieve. The abundance mindset is one of the most powerful shifts you can make. Scarcity is a mindset that limits your potential. It tells you there's not enough to go around, that someone else's success diminishes your own. But abundance, true abundance, is knowing that the universe is limitless. There is more than enough to go around. And when you embrace this mindset, you begin to see opportunities where others see scarcity. You stop competing for resources and start collaborating for success. You stop hoarding and start creating. Remember, failure is feedback, not a finale. Every setback, every failure, carries a lesson. Instead of seeing failure as the end, see it as a stepping stone. Every mistake you make gets you closer to the person you were meant to be. The law of manifestation rewards those who learn from their failures, who see them not as roadblocks, but as valuable data. When you stop fearing failure, you free yourself to take the risks necessary for growth. Finally, value your time as the precious resource it is. Time is the one thing you can never get back. The law of manifestation operates in the moments you choose to invest in. If you waste your time, you waste your life. But if you invest your time wisely, focusing on what matters, on what moves you closer to your goals, you align yourself with the very force that shapes the universe. Every moment counts. Treat it as such. The law of manifestation is not about waiting for change. It's about making it. It's about understanding that you have the power to shape your destiny. The universe is waiting for you to step into your power. The world is yours to shape, but only if you believe it, only if you claim it. The time to start is now. No more excuses. No more waiting. This is your moment. Own it. Lesson 1. Own your life. Own your power. No one will ever care more about your life than you do. The cold truth is this: no one else will fight your battles, chase your dreams, or make your decisions for you. This is not a pessimistic view. It is the key to understanding your true power. For too long, people wait for external circumstances to change, for someone to intervene and make things easier. But nothing changes until you take the reins. This realization is empowering because it reveals that you have complete control over your future. You don't need someone else to validate you, to rescue you, or to fight for your success. You have the power to create the life you want, starting today. Implementation. Take responsibility for your life. Start today by taking control of your actions, your time, and your future. Create a vision for your life that aligns with your deepest desires and commit to it fully. Understand that no one will make your dreams come true but you. The world doesn't owe you anything. Your success is yours to create. It's time to stop waiting for the world to change for you and start changing the world around you. You must begin by making decisions that serve your higher purpose. This means protecting your time, setting clear boundaries, and investing in yourself. Prioritize what matters most to you, and stop apologizing for doing so. You are not here to live according to someone else's script. You are here to write your own. Guard your time like it's your greatest asset. Time is the most precious resource you have. Once it's gone forever. Every moment you waste, every minute you spend on distractions or things that don't serve your higher purpose is a moment lost forever. But when you take charge of your time, you take charge of your life. You cannot pour from an empty cup. If you do not prioritize yourself and your own growth, you will have nothing left to give others. Be ruthless with how you spend your time. Say no to things that do not align with your goals. Set boundaries with others. and protect your vision with unwavering discipline. As you do this, you will notice a shift in how others treat your time and your energy. They will begin to respect you more because you respect yourself first. Your time is your life, and when you learn to guard it, you open the door to unlimited potential. Take action without waiting for permission. To truly own your life, you must stop waiting for permission from others or from external forces. There will never be a perfect moment to start. You must create the conditions you need through action. Take bold steps toward your goals, even if they scare you, even if you don't have all the answers. Every step you take toward your dreams, no matter how small, brings you closer to the life you've always wanted. The law of manifestation does not reward passive waiting. It rewards action. When you take action, you signal to the universe that you are ready to receive what is meant for you. No one is coming to hand you success. You must create it. So step up, take responsibility, and own every moment of your life. The only approval you need is your own. Become the CEO of your life. When you embrace the mindset of taking full responsibility for your life, you start to see yourself as the CEO of your existence. As a CEO, you make the decisions that move your life forward. You are responsible for your growth, your time, your decisions, and your actions. You prioritize what matters most, and you cut out the distractions. You lead yourself with the discipline and focus of someone who knows exactly what they want and is willing to do whatever it takes to achieve it. When you adopt this mindset, something incredible happens. You start to attract people, opportunities, and circumstances that align with your vision. Others begin to respect your time and your goals. People start treating you with the same seriousness and dedication you have toward your own life. This shift isn't about arrogance. It's about acknowledging the immense power you already hold within yourself. Conclusion: the power is in your hands. The realization that no one will care more about your life than you do is the first step toward owning your power. When you internalize this truth, you stop seeking validation from others and begin creating your success from within. You are the author of your own story, and it is time to take control. This is the moment you stop waiting for someone else to change your circumstances and start changing them yourself. Embrace the responsibility of owning your life. Guard your time, take action, and lead yourself to greatness. Your future depends on the decisions you make today. The world is yours to shape, and no one else can do it for you. Own your life, own your power, and become the person you were always meant to be. Lesson 2. The world is yours. The world is not a rigid set of rules that you must follow. It is not a closed system where only the lucky or the chosen few get to have their dreams realized. No, the world is a canvas, waiting for those who dare to paint their own picture. What you see around you, every piece of technology, every business, every idea, was created by someone just like you. They weren't born with special privileges or smarter genes. They didn't get some divine path to success. They simply recognized that the world was theirs to shape, and they took action. So stop looking at the world as if it is something you must ask permission to be a part of. You were born into this world with the same rights as anyone else, and that includes the right to shape your destiny. But here's the catch. You must believe that you are worthy of claiming your place. You must see yourself as part of the grand design, not as an outsider waiting to be invited in. Implementation. Stop seeing yourself as a passive participant. The first step in taking ownership of the world around you is realizing that you are not a passive observer. You are not here to follow someone else's script or play by rules that were never meant to serve your highest potential. You are here to disrupt, to challenge, to create, and to leave your mark. The world you see was shaped by individuals who were once in your shoes. People who looked at the world and said, "This is mine to change." And so they did. The moment you recognize that you are not a visitor in the world, but an active participant, something shifts. You stop tiptoeing around your own life. You stop waiting for permission. Instead, you step forward, boldly claiming the opportunities around you. The world is yours, but only if you claim it. Implementation. Shift from victim to creator. One of the most powerful shifts you can make is from seeing yourself as a victim of circumstance to seeing yourself as a creator of circumstance. Too many people get trapped in the mindset of being powerless, thinking that their success is determined by luck or the actions of others. They allow external forces to dictate the direction of their lives. You must realize that this mindset is not just limiting, it is false. The truth is, you create your circumstances, your thoughts, your beliefs, your actions. These are the forces that shape your reality. The world does not happen to you. It happens because of you. When you take responsibility for your role in creating your reality, you begin to see opportunities instead of obstacles. You begin to understand that you have the power to change your circumstances, no matter how bleak they may seem. Implementation. Let go of the idea that success is limited. There is a common misconception that success is limited, that the pie is small, and that if someone else gets a slice, there's less for you. This belief is born from scarcity, and it keeps you stuck. But the reality is, success is infinite. There is more than enough for everyone. The universe is abundant, and so are you. Lesson 3. Fear is your ally, not your enemy. Fear is a natural part of being human. It is a response that signals to us that we are stepping into the unknown, into new territory. The problem arises when we allow fear to control us. Fear is often seen as something to avoid, something that holds us back from our true potential. But what if I told you that fear is actually one of your greatest allies? What if the very thing that causes you to hesitate is the very thing that can push you to grow and evolve into the person you are meant to be? The difference between those who thrive and those who struggle is not the absence of fear. It is how they deal with it. High achievers, successful people, and those who master their lives all experience fear. But they do not let it paralyze them. Instead, they use it as fuel, as a signal that they are about to break through a barrier. Fear is a sign that you are venturing into unknown territory. And that is where growth happens. Implementation. Feel the fear, then act. Anyway, you will never rid yourself of fear. It will always be there, lurking, whispering doubts and insecurities into your mind. But here's the truth. You don't need to wait for fear to disappear before you take action. In fact, if you wait for fear to vanish, you will be waiting forever. Instead, you must learn to feel the fear and act anyway. The next time fear creeps in, whether it's fear of failure, fear of judgment, or fear of the unknown, don't run from it. Recognize it for what it is, an invitation to grow. When you feel fear, it means you are doing something that matters. It means you are challenging yourself to become better, stronger, and more capable. Fear is not your enemy. It is the catalyst for transformation. Implementation. Use fear as fuel, not as a barrier. Fear is energy. And like any form of energy, It can be channeled. You can either allow fear to hold you back, or you can use it as fuel to propel you forward. The key is to reframe fear in your mind. Instead of seeing it as something that will stop you, see it as something that will drive you. When you feel that familiar knot in your stomach, when you hear the voice of doubt telling you that you are not good enough, that you might fail, tell yourself this: this is the moment I grow. Every time you step into the unknown, every time you do something that scares you, you expand your comfort zone. You become someone who is willing to act despite fear. And that is a skill that will serve you for the rest of your life. Implementation. The more you do, the less fear has power over you. Fear doesn't control you unless you allow it to. Every time you face your fear and take action in spite of it, you diminish its power. What was once terrifying will soon seem trivial. The more you step outside your comfort zone, the more you will realize that fear is just a temporary feeling. It's not permanent, and it doesn't have to dictate your actions. The more you do what scares you, the less fear has a hold over you. What once intimidated you will soon feel like second nature. This is how growth works. This is how you stretch your limits. The only way to weaken fear is to face it head on. Every time you conquer one fear, another one will take its place. And that's a good thing. It means you're constantly leveling up. Implementation. Cultivate courage, not perfection. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the ability to move forward in the face of fear. Perfectionism, on the other hand, is a trap. It tells you that you must have everything figured out before you take action, that you must be flawless in everything you do. This mindset keeps you stuck in inaction, waiting for the perfect moment that will never come. Instead of aiming for perfection, aim for courage. Courage is the willingness to act despite the uncertainty, despite the imperfections, and despite the fear. Courage is what allows you to keep moving forward even when you're unsure of the outcome. And that is where real growth happens. So, when fear tries to hold you back, remind yourself that courage is the only thing that matters. Implementation. Take action, no matter the outcome. It's easy to avoid taking risks because you're afraid of failure. But failure is not the enemy. It's just part of the process. Every successful person you admire has failed more times than you can count. They didn't let failure stop them. They used it as feedback to improve and adjust their approach. Next time you face fear, remind yourself that the fear of failure is far less painful than the regret of not trying. When you take action, whether you succeed or fail, you gain experience. And experience is the real key to mastery. Fear of failure will always be present, but it doesn't have to hold you back. The more you take action, the less fear will control you. Conclusion: fear is a stepping stone, not a stumbling block. Fear will always be a part of your journey, but it doesn't have to be a barrier. It can be a stepping stone. It is a sign that you are pushing yourself beyond your current limits. And that is exactly where you need to be. When you learn to face fear with courage, when you use it as fuel to drive your actions, it loses its grip on you. You become the master of fear, not its slave. So the next time fear arises, welcome it. Use it to propel yourself forward. And understand that the only way to grow, the only way to move past your limitations, is to act in spite of fear. Fear will always be there, but so will you. Stronger, braver, and more powerful with every step you take. Lesson 4. Tomorrow is a new day. No matter how badly you messed up today, or how hard life hit you, remember this. When the sun rises tomorrow, you have a fresh start. Every setback, every mistake, and every failure is nothing more than a temporary condition. It does not define you, and it certainly doesn't determine your future. One of the most empowering mindset shifts you can make is realizing that no failure is permanent. There is always another chance to rise, to grow, and to improve. Resilience is the key to navigating life's storms. The ability to bounce back after adversity is what separates those who succeed from those who fall by the wayside. It's not about avoiding failure. It's about how quickly you recover from it, how you bounce back stronger, wiser, and more determined. Life will throw challenges your way. There's no avoiding that. But the power lies in your ability to start anew, no matter how hard the previous day was. Implementation. Learn from the past, but don't live in it. The first step in adopting this mindset is to stop letting the past dictate your present. It's easy to get caught up in what went wrong, what you could have done differently, how you could have performed better. But here's the truth. Living in the past is a trap. The past is over, and you cannot change it. The only thing you can control is the present and how you choose to move forward. When you make a mistake, don't dwell on it. Reflect on the lessons it has to offer, but do not carry the weight of regret or guilt. Acknowledge the setback, learn from it, and then let it go. The longer you hold on to past failures, the less energy you have to move forward. Tomorrow is a new day, a new opportunity to take a step forward, and that is what you must focus on. Every failure is simply an opportunity to begin again, but this time, with more knowledge, more resilience, and more power. Implementation. Cultivate resilience through action. Resilience isn't just about being able to withstand hardship. It's about actively choosing to get up after each fall. It's about continuing to push forward, even when things don't go your way. The key to cultivating resilience is action. The more action you take, the more you realize that failures are just temporary obstacles, not the end of the road. Every time you experience a setback, get back to work. Refuse to let obstacles define you. Instead, let them refine you. When things don't go as planned, don't retreat into self-pity or despair. Take action immediately. Start small if you must, but make sure you're moving forward. Action in the face of adversity is what builds resilience. The more you act despite setbacks, the more you reinforce the belief that you can handle whatever life throws at you. Implementation. Reset every morning with purpose. Each new day offers an opportunity to reset, to refresh, and to realign yourself with your goals. How you begin each morning sets the tone for the rest of the day. If you wake up thinking about yesterday's failures, you start the day burdened. But if you wake up with a clear intention to move forward, you create a mindset that fuels progress. Create a morning routine that centers you. Take a moment to reflect on the lessons from yesterday, but then focus on what you can accomplish today. Set your intentions, visualize your success, and remind yourself that every new day is a gift. Tomorrow is never a guarantee, so make today count. Even if yesterday was hard, today is a chance to try again, to be better, to push yourself further. The power of tomorrow lies in the choices you make today. Implementation. Focus on what you can control. There are many things in life that you cannot control. The actions of others, the outcomes of external events, the past mistakes you've made. But there are always things you can control. Your thoughts, your actions, and your mindset. The most powerful way to reset after a difficult day is to focus on what is within your control. Instead of worrying about what went wrong or what you wish you could change, focus on the actions you can take moving forward. Take responsibility for your part in your circumstances and commit to doing better. When you focus on what you can control, you regain your power. You stop giving away your energy to things you cannot change, and you start using your energy to shape the future you want. Implementation. Embrace the power of small wins. One of the keys to bouncing back after a setback is to start small. The big victories will come, but in the meantime, celebrate the small wins. Every time you push through a challenge, take a step toward your goal, or overcome a fear, you are making progress. Small wins add up over time, and they build momentum. When you're feeling down, focus on the small, everyday victories that move you closer to your goal. These wins will remind you that you are making progress, no matter how slow it may seem. The key to achieving greatness is not just about the big leaps. It's about consistent, small steps that accumulate over time. Each small win brings you one step closer to your ultimate vision. Conclusion. Tomorrow is a new beginning. The ability to reset and start again is a gift that life gives you every single day. You have the power to choose how you approach each new day, no matter what yesterday brought. Your past is behind you, and your future is yet to be written. So, let go of yesterday's mistakes and move forward with renewed purpose and determination. Resilience is not about avoiding failure. It's about how quickly you recover from it. It's about understanding that every day is a new opportunity to take action, to grow, and to move closer to your vision. Life will not always be easy, but as long as you have the ability to reset and keep moving forward, nothing can defeat you. Tomorrow is a new day. Embrace it. Let it be your fresh start. Lesson 5. How you do one thing is how you do everything. Excellence is not a sporadic event. It's a habit, a consistent practice in everything you do. Whether it's the small, seemingly insignificant tasks or the big, high-stakes moments, how you approach life is a reflection of who you are. Many people fall into the trap of thinking that excellence only matters when it comes to their biggest goals. But the truth is that it's the small, everyday actions that shape your success. How you handle the little things speaks volumes about how you'll handle the big things. If you're someone who cuts corners when no one is watching, who procrastinates on minor tasks, or who lets standards slip in low-stakes situations, that mindset will bleed into every aspect of your life. But if you show up with integrity, attention to detail, and care, even in the smallest actions, then you are building a foundation of excellence. The way you do anything is the way you do everything, and that way of thinking will determine your success. Implementation. Develop high standards for every action. Excellence begins with your mindset. When you treat every task, no matter how small, with the same respect and care as you would a major project, you set yourself up for success. No task is beneath you. Every task is an opportunity to build your discipline, your work ethic, and your character. Start by paying attention to the little things. Make your bed, show up on time, take care of the details. Whether you're cleaning your desk, responding to emails, or working on a presentation, treat every task as if it matters. It all adds up. The way you do the small things in your life will translate into how you approach the larger goals. When you make excellence a habit in the mundane, it will naturally carry over into the important things. Implementation. Build consistency into your life. Success is not a series of isolated events. It's a consistent pattern of actions. Consistency is what builds momentum, and momentum is what drives long-term success. Every time you commit to doing something, whether it's an easy task or a difficult one, you are strengthening your discipline. The key to building consistency is to make excellence non-negotiable in your life. Whether you're tackling a major project or simply responding to a message, give your best effort. Don't wait for motivation to strike. Make your effort a part of your identity. Excellence is a choice you make, every day, in every action. Implementation. Embrace integrity, even in the smallest things. Integrity is the cornerstone of excellence. It's the habit of doing the right thing even when no one is watching. When you commit to excellence, you also commit to integrity in every action you take. It means following through on promises, keeping your word, and holding yourself accountable for everything you do. To build integrity, start by setting personal standards and holding yourself to them. If you say you're going to do something, do it. If you make a promise, keep it. Integrity is built through consistent actions, and over time, it becomes a natural part of who you are. When you act with integrity in the small things, you build the trust and discipline that will help you succeed in the larger things. Implementation. Develop a ritual of excellence. Rituals are powerful because they create structure, discipline, and routine. By creating rituals of excellence in your daily life, you condition yourself to perform at a high level every day. A morning routine, a structured approach to your work, and specific ways of handling challenges. These rituals serve as reminders of your commitment to excellence. Start by designing your own ritual of excellence. This could include things like planning your day the night before, setting daily goals, exercising, or taking a few minutes each morning for mindfulness. The key is to make excellence a non-negotiable part of your daily routine, and soon it will become second nature. Implementation. Pay attention to detail. Excellence is often found in the details. Small things, when done well, add up to extraordinary results. Paying attention to detail means that you are willing to put in the extra effort to ensure that things are done properly, even when it's inconvenient. It's the difference between doing something quickly and doing it with intention. When you focus on the details, you show respect for your work and for the people who will benefit from it. Whether it's making sure your emails are clear and concise, ensuring your presentation is polished, or simply keeping your workspace organized. The attention to detail you give reflects your commitment to your craft. Implementation. Excellence is a mindset, not an outcome. Many people associate excellence with the outcome of their work, how successful they are, how much recognition they receive. But true excellence is not about the result. It's about the mindset you carry into each task. It's about focusing on the process, giving your best effort, and holding yourself to a high standard, regardless of the outcome. Shift your focus from the end result to the journey itself. Cultivate a mindset of excellence that values the process over the product. This will help you stay committed to doing your best in every situation, even when things are tough or when the outcome isn't guaranteed. When excellence becomes your mindset, success will naturally follow. Conclusion. Build a life of excellence. Excellence is not something you achieve once and then forget. It's a way of life. It's the consistent pursuit of being the best version of yourself in every action you take. The way you do one thing is how you do everything. If you make excellence a habit, it will become ingrained in everything you do. and the results will speak for themselves. Start today by paying attention to the small details, developing consistency, and embracing integrity. Whether you are at work, in your personal life, or pursuing your goals, treat every task as an opportunity to show excellence. Your life will transform, and your success will be built on the foundation of your daily habits. When excellence becomes a part of your identity, you will achieve things you once thought impossible. To all the returning GrimFace warriors, thank you. Your dedication, your commitment, and your relentless pursuit of greatness are what make this community stronger every day. You've embraced the grind, the discipline, and the power that comes from within. Your journey is an inspiration, and we're just getting started. Keep pushing, keep evolving, and keep striving for the life you were meant to build. And to the new viewers, welcome. You've taken the first step toward transformation. The GrimFace movement is all about embracing your true potential, overcoming the darkness, and stepping into a life of power, purpose, and mastery. If you're ready to challenge the norms, break free from limitation, and take control of your destiny, hit that subscribe button now. Join us on this journey, because together, we'll rise to heights we never thought possible. This is just the beginning. Stay strong. Stay focused. Welcome to GrimFace. You've been trained to look outward, to blame the world, to see enemies in the faces of strangers, in the system, in the setbacks. But the most dangerous enemy you'll ever encounter isn't out there. It's been with you from the start. It watches you in silence. It whispers in your own voice. It wears your face. You are the battlefield. And self-sabotage is the war. You've told yourself 1,000 lies. I'll start tomorrow. I just need more time. I'm not ready yet. But deep down, you know, these aren't statements. They're weapons. Blades forged in fear, used against your own soul. You dream of rising, of building a life that commands respect, of breaking every chain and walking freely in power. But in the shadows, you are the one tightening the shackles, smiling as you drown, numbing the pain with distractions, choosing comfort over conquest, again and again and again. No, this isn't laziness. This isn't bad luck. This is war, and the enemy has made its home inside you. You wake up every day with two voices in your mind. One is the architect, calm, focused, driven. The other is the saboteur, soft, seductive, familiar. Guess which one you've been feeding? Guess which one you've let build your life? Let me ask you something brutal. Why do you betray yourself? Why do you get in your own way the moment things start to work? Why do you destroy the very thing you claim to want? It's because comfort is your poison, and familiarity is your drug. See, the mind doesn't care about your goals. It cares about patterns, survival. It craves what's known. And if pain is what you've known, then your subconscious will drag you back to it. No matter how much progress you've made, that's why you keep falling. That's why you get close to success, then torch it all. Because some part of you doesn't believe you deserve it. Or worse, doesn't want to find out what happens if you do. Because what happens when there are no more excuses? When you become undeniable? When you're forced to live up to everything you said you could be? You see, The fear of failure is nothing compared to the fear of transformation. Because transformation kills the version of you that you've clung to for so long. And for many, that death is too much to bear. But for us, for the warriors of this movement, that death is the price of freedom. You want out? Then burn the mask. Expose every lie you've told yourself. Rip apart every excuse. And make a vow to never again let the enemy inside win. Self-sabotage isn't just a bad habit. It's spiritual treason. It's the murder of your destiny. And every time you choose fear over discipline, every time you retreat back into comfort, you are choosing extinction over evolution. You think the world is against you? Good. Let it be. Let them doubt you. Let them ignore you. Let them laugh. Because the louder they get, the quieter you must become. Not in weakness, but in deadly, unshakable focus. You will not scream your way to greatness. You will out-discipline them. You will outlast them. You will outbleed them. You will stare the enemy within in the eyes and say, not today, not anymore. No more quitting when it gets hard. No more self-pity when things don't go your way. No more calling it burnout when you haven't even started the fire. The life you want is already waiting. But it won't come to the version of you who keeps falling back asleep. It's waiting for the version of you that's willing to go to war with your own reflection. This isn't motivation. This is a mirror, and it's showing you what you've become. Software, distracted, addicted to comfort. But here's the truth. If you were weak, you wouldn't feel the guilt. If you were finished, you wouldn't feel the fire. You were born for more. And deep down, you know it. That's why you're still here. Still listening. Still searching. Still ready to fight. So rise. Not because it's easy. Not because you feel like it. But because the enemy within fears the day you stop running and finally stand your ground. It ends here, and it begins now. You versus you. The final war. One will rise, one will fall. Choose. Lesson 1. Identify the saboteur. You cannot defeat what you refuse to see. You want to win, but you don't even know who you're fighting. You wake up every day thinking the world is holding you back, that life is unfair, that others got a head start. But the truth is, the sniper that's been taking you out at every turn is perched inside your own skull. It's not a stranger. It's you, at your weakest, at your most afraid, at your most dishonest. This is the saboteur. It doesn't scream, it whispers, it doesn't punch, it persuades. It's the quiet rationalization behind every delay, the false logic behind every distraction, the subtle voice that says, you deserve a break when you've barely earned a start. It's in the phone you scroll instead of the task you ignore. It's in the fake emergencies you create to avoid real commitment. It's in the overthinking you weaponize to kill your momentum. The saboteur is clever because it doesn't need to stop you. It just needs to slow you down long enough to convince you to stop yourself. You think sabotage looks like failure? No. It looks like hesitation, like perfectionism, like self-comfort, like almost doing it. That's why this lesson is non-negotiable. Before you can win the war, you must know exactly how this enemy moves. You must study your own destruction like a blueprint. You must become a forensic detective of your downfall. Implementation. Conduct a self-sabotage audit. This is not journaling for healing. This is reconnaissance. This is hunting your own patterns with ruthless clarity. Step 1. Spot the loop. Look back at the last 3 times you made progress. and then lost it? When did you quit? When did you pull back? When did you take a break that turned into self-abandonment? Step 2. Identify the trigger. Was it fear of judgment? Was it perfectionism? Was it the discomfort of doing something new? Write it down, not in soft language. Write it like a criminal confession. Call it what it is. Own it. Stare at it until the illusion of innocence disappears. Step 3. Watch the behavior. List your top 3 self-sabotage tactics. Be honest. Is it scrolling? Is it sleeping in? Is it jumping from idea to idea, never finishing anything? You must recognize these behaviors like an assassin recognizes their mark. They are not harmless habits. They are self-inflicted wounds. And you've been bleeding out for years without even realizing it. Final truth. If you don't hunt your saboteur, it will hunt you. It will ruin every relationship, corrupt every opportunity, silence every gift, and you'll spend your life haunted by the phantom of potential, always wondering why it never worked out, always blaming something else, when deep down, it was always you, but not anymore. This is where the lies stop. This is where awareness becomes ammunition. Because when you can see the enemy clearly, you can finally raise your weapon without hesitation. You've identified the threat. Now it's time to destroy it. Lesson 2. Break the loyalty to your old self. The version of you that's dying is still trying to breathe. There's a version of you, the one that gave in, the one that caved to comfort, the one that sabotaged opportunity after opportunity and called it bad timing. That version is not just in the past. That version is fighting for its life right now. And the reason you keep falling back is because you keep trying to keep it alive. You're loyal to a ghost, a worn-out identity, a belief system forged in weakness, held together by excuses, and protected by your own fear of transformation. You think you're staying safe. You're not. You're staying small. Here's the truth you've been avoiding. Your old self has to die, not be managed, not be tolerated, not be fixed, destroyed. Because that version of you isn't just outdated, it's toxic. It was built in the darkness of survival, formed during the years when you didn't know better. But now you do. And if you continue to carry that dead weight, you'll keep walking in circles, dragging a corpse and wondering why your future smells like decay. Your loyalty is killing your evolution. You're still trying to protect that version of you who gave up when it got hard. The one who cared more about being liked than being respected. The one who numbed the pain with pleasure instead of facing the truth. That version of you may have gotten you here, but it will not take you further, because the path ahead demands a version of you that does not flinch. Implementation. Sever the ties with brutal honesty. Step 1. Write the eulogy of your old self. Sit down. Write a letter addressed to the version of you that keeps showing up to sabotage everything. Tell them everything. What they cost you. What they taught you. Why they no longer have a place in the life you're building. Let it be a funeral on paper. Let it be violent. Let it be real. And when it's done, burn it. Literally. Because symbolic death sets the tone for internal resurrection. Step 2. Define the loyalty loop. Where are you still honoring the old self? Are you still going to the same places? Entertaining the same people? Repeating the same patterns dressed up in new goals? That's loyalty. That's what has to be broken. Every time you choose the familiar over the future, you betray the stronger version of yourself that's trying to emerge. Step 3. Choose the replacement identity. Nature doesn't tolerate a vacuum. If you kill the old self and don't replace it with something greater, you'll fall right back into the corpse. So define the new you with clarity. Not hopes, not vibes. Discipline, habits, non-negotiables. Write them down. Carve them in your mind like commandments. Live by them until they become more natural than the old ways ever were. Final truth. This isn't just about self-improvement. This is about spiritual assassination. About killing off the part of you that was built in fear. So the part of you forged in fire can finally rise. You will never outgrow the old you until you bury them completely. And that means no more visits, no more nostalgia, no more slipping into old ways just because the storm got loud. The old you is not your friend. It is the traitor, the liar, the voice that watches you fall and pretends to be the safety net. You don't need safety. You need rebirth. And rebirth only comes after the flames, after the ashes, after you finally decide that loyalty to your past is treason against your future. So draw the line, say goodbye, then walk away, and never look back. Lesson 3. Discipline is the executioner. You don't rise by motivation, you rise by ritual. The saboteur doesn't fear your ambition. It doesn't fear your dreams, your goals, or the big promises you scream into the void at midnight. It waits, because it knows those things don't last. It knows the motivation will wear off. It knows the hype will fade. And when it does, it returns, calm, smiling, ready to hand you your old habits, with a familiar voice that says, "It's okay. Just start again Monday." This is where most people fall, not because they didn't want it, but because they tried to win a war with emotion instead of execution. No, discipline is not glamorous. It's not exciting. It doesn't care how you feel. Discipline is the executioner. It shows up when you're exhausted. It swings the blade when your hands are shaking. It follows orders when your mind is begging for mercy. Discipline is what finishes what motivation starts. And it does so without applause. Let's be clear. Discipline is not a morning routine. It's not waking up early and drinking lemon water. It's not journaling with your favorite playlist in the background. That's aesthetic. That's comfort, dressed as commitment. Real discipline is war. It's a decision to suffer now, so you never have to beg for scraps later. It's doing what you said you would do, when you least feel like doing it, over and over again, until your life becomes a direct reflection of your standards. Implementation. Build your rituals. Kill the options. Step 1. Pick your anchor. Choose one ritual that represents the death of the old you. Not 10 things. 1. Something hard. Something non-negotiable. Wake up at 4:30 a.m. Cold shower every morning. 90 minutes of deep work before sunrise. Choose the anchor, the cornerstone. Let everything else bend. This one thing cannot break. Step 2. Attach identity to action. You don't do the act because it gets results. You do it because that's who you are now. The undisciplined self waits for energy, emotion, or convenience. The new you follows command. You are a soldier of your own transformation. And soldiers don't negotiate with weakness. Step 3. Build a system of triggers. Your environment must reflect your intent. Alarms labeled with mission statements. Clothes laid out. Journal ready. Fridge cleaned. Distractions deleted. Make failure inconvenient. Make discipline easy to access. Don't rely on memory or mood. Rely on systems. Step 4. Eliminate the backup plan. Stop saying, "I'll try." That's a back door. That's a leak in your armor. You don't try. You either do it, or you die a little inside. You must commit like there's a firing squad behind your comfort. Because in a way, there is. Every time you delay the process, you lose time. You lose confidence. You lose respect for yourself. Final truth. Discipline is not the journey. It's the executioner that clears the path. It cuts down laziness. It kills comfort. It slaughters the past. And it does so with precision and without emotion. You will not feel like doing it. Do it anyway. You will be tired. Do it anyway. You will be discouraged. Do it anyway. Because discipline doesn't care how you feel. It only cares who you become. You don't rise by feeling inspired. You rise by building routines that destroy every excuse your weaker self dares to speak. One ritual at a time. One brutal act of commitment after another. Until the only version of you that remains is forged in fire and carved in steel. This is how you kill the saboteur. Not with thoughts, but with a blade called discipline. Lesson 4. Create a painful consequence for quitting. Make failure so expensive. Your mind refuses to pay the price. You quit because it's too easy. Because when you stop showing up, the world doesn't punish you. Nobody comes knocking. There's no siren, no alarm, no blood on the floor. You quit, and life just moves on. You sit in the silence and convince yourself it didn't matter. That's the lie. That's how the saboteur wins. Not through force, but through the slow, silent rot of zero accountability. If quitting had a cost, you'd think twice. If every broken promise left a scar, you'd be covered in wounds by now. But because there's no immediate punishment, you return to the graveyard of your goals, time and time again, smiling, dead inside. This stops now. You need to make quitting painful, uncomfortable, unforgivable. You need to train your nervous system to recoil at the thought of giving up. Not because it's the right thing to do, but because you've hardwired the consequences so deeply that failure no longer feels like an option. It feels like death. Let's be real. If every time you broke your word, you lost something you loved, you take your commitments more seriously. But because the pain is invisible, because the damage is internal, you brush it off, pretend it doesn't matter. You laugh it away. But deep down, you feel it. Every unfinished project, every skipped rep, every "I'll do it later." They pile up until the weight of your potential becomes the very thing that drowns you. Implementation. Build a consequence engine. Step 1. Define the non-negotiables. Choose the one thing you must do daily to evolve. Your morning ritual, your fitness discipline, your business action. One thing, non-negotiable. This is the battlefield. Step 2. Set the cost of quitting. Now make a pact, not with your higher self, but with your future. What happens if you break? Donate $100 to a cause you hate? Burn a piece of art that symbolizes your past? Take a cold shower at 3 a.m. with no warm towel? Good. Now raise the stakes. Make it unforgettable. Make your mind fear it. Because fear is not the enemy. It's the leash on your inner coward. Step 3. Use public shame as leverage. Tell someone. Announce it. Create accountability that burns. Go live and tell your audience what you're committing to. Post your goal and the punishment. Now there's blood in the water. Now there's a price. Now your word carries weight. Step 4. Track failure like a predator. Every day you skip your commitment, you pay the price. No skipping the consequence. No delaying it. You follow through on the pain, just like you should have followed through on the promise. This is how you train your subconscious. Quitting equals punishment. Discipline equals peace. Final truth. As long as quitting is easy, you will remain a slave to the weaker version of you. Comfort is a currency, and if you're not willing to pay the price in pain, you'll keep paying in regret. You don't rise by avoiding discomfort. You rise by choosing which pain you want. The pain of discipline, or the pain of watching everything you could have been burn into ash. So choose the consequence. Feel the fear. Let it sharpen your focus. Because when failure becomes expensive, discipline becomes cheap. And that's when the war begins to turn in your favor. Lesson 5. Build a ruthless vision of the future you. Become so clear on who you're becoming that the old you begins to choke. You're drifting. You wake up, move through your day, fall asleep, and repeat. Maybe you have goals. Maybe you have a list. But you don't have a vision. You don't have a crystal clear, skin-burning image of who you are becoming. And that's why the old you keeps pulling you back. Not because it's stronger, but because it's clearer. Here's a hard truth. Your current reality is a reflection of the strongest vision you hold. And for most people, that vision is built by fear, not purpose. By survival, not design. By what's familiar, not what's possible. You're not being held back by the world. You're being held back by your own vague identity. Because if your future self is blurry, your mind defaults to the past. But here's what they never told you. You can create a future so ruthless, so detailed, so obsessively vivid, that it becomes more real than the present. And when that happens, your mind will stop identifying with who you've been and start becoming who you must be. Because the subconscious doesn't follow logic. It follows images. It follows emotion. It follows repetition. And most of all, it follows clarity. So if your internal image is built in fire and precision, everything in your reality begins to bend to match it. Implementation. Architect the future self. Step 1. Burn the blueprint into your mind. Sit down. No distractions. And write, with violent clarity, who you are becoming. What time does this version of you wake up? What do they eat? How do they train? How do they dress, walk, speak, operate? What habits are non-negotiable? What beliefs have they murdered in cold blood? Be specific. Be obsessed. You're not journaling. You're designing a weapon, and that weapon is you. Step 2. Speak as that person now, not later, not when you feel like it. Now your language is a mirror. Every time you say, I'm trying, or I hope, you're killing your identity with indecision. The new you doesn't try. They decide. They do. They dominate. Speak it until your mind accepts it. Then act until your world reflects it. Step 3. Destroy anything that doesn't align. Now comes the purge. Look at your space, your phone, your habits, your relationships. Ask this. Does this serve the future me? If the answer is no, it dies. Comfort dies. Weak company dies. Old hobbies die. Everything that doesn't serve your vision gets burned until there's nothing left but tools for ascension. Step 4. Rehearse the victory daily. Read your vision every morning. Visualize it until you can smell the sweat on your own skin, until the person in your mind feels more real than the person in the mirror. You're programming your reality through thought, repetition, and embodiment. And your future is not some distant dream. It's an identity waiting for enough momentum to materialize. Final truth. If you don't create your future self, the world will create it for you. And you'll wake up 10 years from now as a watered-down echo of who you could have been. You will not drift into greatness. You will not stumble into strength. You will not luck your way into purpose. You must design it, envision it, obsess over it, until your entire being is repulsed by anything less. Your new self is already built in the unseen, but it will not walk through the door until you become a vessel worthy of it. So, become that vessel. Burn the indecision, cut the weakness, and etch the vision of your future into your daily execution, until the line between who you were and who you are is severed forever. To the warriors who return here, again and again, we see you. You've bled, you've risen, and you've chosen to fight when the world said surrender. You are the backbone of this movement, and your discipline, your hunger, your refusal to die quietly, that's what keeps GrimFace alive. This isn't just a channel. It's a battlefield, a sanctuary for the outcasts, a forge for the few still willing to burn for greatness. To the new ones, if something inside you stirred, if your pulse changed pace and your thoughts got louder, it means you were meant to be here, not by accident, but by warpath. Subscribe, because this is not just content. It's a revolution of the mind, and the farther we go, the darker it gets. But in that darkness, we become sharp, focused, unbreakable. Welcome to the GrimFace movement. We don't run from the war. We become it. The harsh truth that will change your life forever. Most people will never make it. Not because they're not smart enough, not because they're not talented enough, not even because they weren't given the right opportunities. They fail because they refuse to do what it takes. Right now, you are at a crossroads. Two paths. One leads to greatness, wealth, power, absolute control over your own destiny. The other, the same mediocre, forgettable life most people settle for. And here's the truth you don't want to hear. Your actions are already deciding for you. Every excuse you make, every day you waste, every time you quit when it gets hard, you are choosing failure. But if you're still here, if something inside you refuses to accept being average, then you need to hear this message until the very end. Because today, we're tearing apart every lie you've been told about success. We're exposing the mindset that's keeping you trapped. And by the time this is over, you will either step up or admit to yourself that you never really wanted it. So ask yourself, are you ready to hear the truth? Or will you run back to the comfort of excuses? Watch until the end, because if you don't, you'll regret it. Lesson 1. The reality check. Where do you stand? Look around you. 100 people, 100 lives, 100 different choices. And out of that 100, only one will become truly rich. 4 will make it to financial independence. They'll have freedom. Freedom from fear, from scarcity, from the weight of the system pressing down on their necks. 15 will grind away, putting in the hours, earning just enough to get by, working until they're too old to enjoy whatever scraps they've managed to save. And the rest, the 80%, they will remain trapped, broke, miserable, bitter. Which one are you? No, really. Which one are you? Don't just brush it off. Don't just say, oh, I'll be the one, without proving it. Because right now, you're not. Right now, you're just like everyone else. staring at a life you don't want, secretly hoping that someday, somehow, things will magically get better. But let me tell you the cold, brutal truth. If you don't do something different, you will end up exactly where the rest of them are. Old, broke, and filled with regret, wondering where the hell your life went. Because it won't happen by accident. The rich don't wake up one day and suddenly have wealth. The free don't stumble into independence. The powerful don't accidentally control the game. They take it. They create it. They demand it. And you're still waiting for something to change. You know you need to wake up earlier. You know you need to cut the distractions. You know you need to start the damn business, read the damn books, build the damn skills. But you don't. Why? Because it's easier to stay the same. Because deep down, you're still part of the 80% that loses. Because you haven't faced the one question that determines everything. Are you willing to do what it takes to be the 1%? Not just wanting it. Everyone wants it. Not just dreaming about it. Dreams are useless without execution. Are you willing to sacrifice for it? Are you willing to become the type of person who earns that kind of life? Or are you just another walking statistic, another casualty of laziness, another name on the endless list of people who almost made it? Because let me tell you something, there's no middle ground. You are or you aren't. You either rise or you rot. You either grind or you stay broke. You either fight for your future or you sit back and watch it burn. The world doesn't care what you say you want. It only rewards those who prove they deserve it. So again, I'll ask you, which one are you? And this time, don't just answer. Prove it. Lesson 2. Overcoming self-sabotage. Look in the mirror. No, really. Look. The person staring back at you is your greatest enemy. Not your boss. Not the government. Not your parents, your friends, or the economy. It's you. You are the one who knows exactly what needs to be done, but still doesn't do it. You know you should wake up early. You know you should be at the gym. You know you should be reading, learning, building, executing. But you don't. Instead, you waste time. You scroll, you binge, you escape. You lie to yourself. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll start next week. I'm just too tired today. No, you're not tired. You're weak. You have no problem wasting hours on distractions, but you can't carve out 30 minutes to build your future? You say you want success, but your actions say otherwise. And every time you put off what you know needs to be done, you are scamming yourself. Yes, you are the scam. It's not the course you didn't take. It's not the mentor you didn't have. It's not the lack of opportunities. It's you. You tell yourself you'll change, then go right back to doing the same useless things that keep you stuck. You make promises to yourself and break them every single day. So let me ask you, would you trust someone who lied to you every day? No? Then why do you trust yourself? Why should you? Because right now, you are the biggest liar in your own life. You say you want to be rich, but you don't do what it takes. You say you want to be fit, but you don't train like it matters. You say you want to be disciplined, but you cave the moment things get uncomfortable. Why? Because deep down, you think you can keep scamming your way through life. But guess what? Life isn't falling for it. Every skipped workout, every wasted hour, every excuse, it all adds up. You think success will just happen one day? You either build the habits that create success, or you rot in the habits that destroy you. You have a choice. Keep lying to yourself, keep making excuses, and stay exactly where you are. Face the truth, take control, and finally start acting like the person you claim you want to be. Because no one is coming to save you. Not your parents, not your friends, not some magic opportunity. It's you, or it's no one. So ask yourself right now, are you done scamming yourself? Or are you still just another fraud, pretending you want to change, but never doing a damn thing about it? Because if you really want it, you will prove it. Starting now. Lesson 3. Consistency compounds. Let's be real. You think you're doing enough. You think you're grinding. You think you're putting in the work. But you're not. You do it once and think you deserve results. You hit the gym for a week and wonder why you're not ripped. You read one book and wonder why you're not successful. You start one business and wonder why you're not rich. That's the problem. You do just enough to feel like you're working, but not enough to actually win. Because success isn't about intensity, it's about consistency. One day of discipline is nothing. 1 week of hard work is nothing. 1 month of effort is still nothing. It's what you do every single day that builds or destroys your future. Think about it. The people who win aren't always the smartest. They're not the most talented. They're the ones who refuse to stop. They show up on the days they don't feel like it. They push through when motivation is gone. They don't need hype. They don't need inspiration. Because they understand the truth. Discipline is greater than motivation. Motivation is a feeling. It fades. It's weak. Discipline is a habit. It stays. It's unbreakable. But you? You wake up and decide whether or not you feel like working today. You wait until you're in the mood to grind. You give yourself permission to slack off. And that's why you're losing. Because the people who win don't make success optional. They don't negotiate with laziness. They don't ask, do I feel like doing this today? They just do it. And day by day, their consistency compounds. 1 day becomes a week becomes a month becomes a year. And before they know it, they've built an empire while you're still talking about what you're going to do. So here's the real question. Are you consistent enough to actually win? Not for a day, not for a week, for years. Because the game doesn't reward effort. It rewards relentless, unbreakable discipline. So if you're not where you want to be, it's not because you're unlucky. It's because you're inconsistent. And until you fix that, you will never win. So stop waiting. Stop starting and stopping. Decide that from this moment on, you will never break the chain again. Because the second you become truly consistent, nothing in this world can stop you. Lesson 4. Rewiring your operating system. You are running on a broken operating system. Your mind, your thoughts, your beliefs, your habits are outdated, weak, and filled with limitations that were programmed into you before you even knew what life was about. And if you don't rewrite that code, you will stay exactly where you are. Broke, unmotivated, trapped. But let me make one thing crystal clear. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are a victim of your own mind. And until you take control of that mind, nothing in your life will change. Look at your life right now. Look at the way you think, the way you react, the way you approach challenges. If you're struggling, if you're stuck, if you keep running into the same failures over and over, it's not the world that's the problem. It's you. You are running outdated mental software. You have been programmed to fear risk. You have been programmed to avoid discomfort. You have been programmed to stay average. Why do you think the masses live in mediocrity? Because they never reprogram themselves. They keep thinking like broke people. They keep making weak decisions. They keep following the herd. And then they wonder why nothing changes. But the winners? They rewire their minds. They uninstall the weak programming that was forced into them and rewrite their code. They install a mindset of domination. They install a mindset of resilience. They install a mindset of absolute control. And that is why they rise while everyone else stays the same. But you're still thinking like the 80% who lose. You still believe success is about luck. You still think discipline is optional. You still expect life to just happen to you instead of creating your own reality. And that is why you are stuck. But here's the truth. Circumstances are not created by chance. They're created by people. And if you are not in control of your circumstances, it's because someone else is. You have two choices. Stay programmed, keep running on the same weak system, and accept whatever life throws at you. Rewrite your operating system. Install new beliefs, new habits, and new disciplines that force your life to change. Because your mind is either your greatest weapon or your deadliest enemy. And the only way to win is to break the old code and build a new one. So ask yourself, are you finally ready to reprogram your mind for success? Or are you going to keep running on the same broken system until it's too late to change? Lesson 5. The power of environment and relationships. Look around you. The people you spend time with. The conversations you have. The energy that surrounds you every single day. That is your future. Not your dreams. Not your potential. Not what you say you're going to do. Your environment dictates everything. And if you are surrounded by mediocrity, by laziness, by people who make excuses, then you are already losing. Because no matter how strong you think you are, you cannot outwork a toxic environment. You are not special enough to rise while you are drowning in negativity. You think you can be successful while hanging out with people who do nothing? You think you can be rich while taking advice from people who are broke? You think you can be disciplined while surrounding yourself with weakness? Impossible. Because whether you realize it or not, your environment is shaping you every single day. It is feeding your mind. And if your mind is constantly exposed to failure, weakness, and excuses, guess what? That becomes you. So let me ask you something. Who do you spend time with? Do they inspire you? Do they push you? Do they hold you accountable? Or are they just as lost as you are? Because if your circle is full of losers, you will be the next one. And if your circle is full of winners, you will rise with them. That is the law of environment. You either choose it intentionally, or it chooses you by default. So if you want to change your life, start here. Audit your relationships. If they don't make you better, cut them off. If they don't push you forward, walk away. If they drain your energy, burn the bridge. It doesn't matter how long you've known them. Your loyalty should be to your future, not your past. Because sticking with the wrong people out of comfort is the quickest way to destroy your potential. Winners don't waste time with people who hold them back. So either upgrade your circle or watch your dreams rot while you stay stuck in the same place. It's your choice. But just know this. The people in your life right now are a direct reflection of where you're headed. So ask yourself, are they taking you where you want to go? Or are they keeping you trapped in a life you'll regret? Lesson 6. Becoming the person you want to be. You say you want success. You say you want wealth. You say you want freedom, power, discipline. Then why aren't you acting like it? You sit there, dreaming about the life you want. But your actions scream the opposite. You want to be rich? Then why do you still think like someone who is broke? You want to be strong? Then why do you still move like someone who is weak? You want to be successful? Then why do you still act like someone who is lost? The world doesn't give you what you want. It gives you who you are. And right now, you are not the person who deserves the life you say you want. If you were, you'd already have it. So let me ask you, when you wake up in the morning, do you move like someone who is winning? Do you speak like someone who is powerful? Do you carry yourself like someone who is in control of their own life? Or are you just another person who talks about change, but never actually does it? Your future self is waiting for you to step up, and it's not going to happen by accident. You must become the person who deserves what you want before it ever shows up. You want to be rich? Start acting like it. Start thinking strategically. Start working like it matters. Start moving with purpose. You want to be disciplined? Start acting like it. Stop making excuses. Stop waiting for motivation. Stop giving yourself permission to be weak. You want to be respected? Start acting like it. Start speaking with confidence. Start making bold moves. Start demanding more from yourself. You can't keep saying you want something while living the same way you always have. Your life will never outgrow your identity. So if you want to change your life, you don't wait for the results to come first. You change yourself first, and the results will follow. So ask yourself, are you truly becoming the person who deserves the life you want? Or are you just another dreamer, waiting for success to magically show up? Because I'll tell you right now, it never will. You either become that person now, or you never will be. The choice is yours. Lesson 7. The reciprocity principle. Give before you take. You want success. You want wealth, power, respect. You want people to open doors for you, to help you, to recognize your worth. But here's the problem. You give nothing. You walk around expecting the world to hand you opportunities, to hand you money, to hand you respect. But what have you done to deserve it? What value have you brought to the table? What have you built that makes people want to invest in you? What have you contributed that makes success an inevitable return? Nothing in this world is free. Nothing is given without exchange. Everything is earned. And the reason most people fail is because they move through life with an entitled mindset, thinking they deserve rewards before they've put in the work. But that's not how the world works. You want to be rich? Provide value, solve problems, learn skills, build something that matters. You want a strong network? Be valuable to others. Stop leeching. Stop taking without giving. Start offering something that makes people want to keep you around. You want respect? Earn it. Not through words, but through your actions, through your consistency, through what you bring to the table that others can't ignore. Look at the most successful people in the world. They didn't start by demanding things. They started by offering things. They provided solutions. They created impact. They became indispensable. And because of that, the rewards came naturally. But most of you take, and then wonder why no one wants to help you. You complain about your lack of success, but you've never given anything worthy of success. You are not owed anything. You are not special. You are not unique. You are just another person until you prove otherwise. And the only way to prove your worth, the only way to get what you want, is to give first. Give effort. Give discipline. Give value to the world without expecting instant rewards. Because when you do that, when you make yourself valuable, the world will have no choice but to reward you. So ask yourself, what have you given that justifies what you expect? Because if the answer is nothing, then you deserve nothing. And the only way to change that is to stop waiting, stop taking, and start giving. Lesson 8. Embracing discomfort for growth. You say you want to grow. You say you want success, wealth, power. But the second things get hard, you quit. The second things get uncomfortable, you run. And that's why you're stuck. Because you have built a life around avoiding pain instead of embracing it. Let me tell you the truth. Comfort is a slow death. It's the silent killer of ambition. It's the invisible chain that keeps you weak. It's the lie you tell yourself every day, that you can have everything you want without suffering for it. But that's not how this works. Every level of success demands a new level of pain. You want to be strong? You must endure the pain of training. You want to be rich? You must endure the pain of discipline and sacrifice. You want to be great? You must endure the pain of rejection, failure, and relentless effort. Because growth only happens in discomfort. And the people who win, they don't just tolerate pain, they seek it. They push their limits on purpose. They throw themselves into the fire. They wake up every day and ask, what can I do today that makes me uncomfortable? Because they know that every struggle, every hardship, every challenge is fuel. But you avoid it. You make excuses. You tell yourself you'll do it tomorrow. You wait until you feel ready. You will never feel ready. You will never wake up one day magically comfortable with pain. You must choose it. And the sooner you do, the sooner you will become unbreakable. So here's your new rule. Run toward discomfort. Do the things that scare you. Do the things that challenge you. Do the things that make you want to quit and refuse to quit. Because every time you step into the fire and survive, you become stronger. And every time you avoid it, you stay exactly where you are. So ask yourself, are you going to keep running from pain? Or are you finally ready to suffer for the life you claim you want? Because if you aren't willing to bleed for it, then you don't deserve it. Lesson 9. The role of belief and self-talk. Look at yourself. Every thought you have, every word you say, every belief you hold is creating your reality. But here's the problem. Most of you talk to yourselves like you're failures. Most of you think like losers. Most of you sabotage yourselves before you even begin. And you wonder why your life is a mess? You are the architect of your own destruction. Every time you say, I can't do this, you make it true. Every time you say, I'm not good enough, you reinforce the lie. Every time you doubt yourself, you sink deeper into the quicksand of mediocrity. Because here's the brutal truth. Your mind is your master. It will obey whatever you tell it. If you tell yourself you are weak, you will act weak. If you tell yourself you are incapable, you will remain incapable. If you tell yourself you will fail, you have already lost. But flip it. If you tell yourself you are powerful, you will act like it. If you tell yourself you are disciplined, you will move with discipline. If you tell yourself you will win, your actions will align with victory. And that is where the game is really played. In your mind, before reality even catches up. You do not become successful and then start thinking like a winner. You think like a winner first. And that mindset forces your reality to shift. But most of you sit around waiting for life to change before you change your thoughts. That's why you're losing. Your thoughts create your actions. Your actions create your habits. Your habits create your reality. So if your life is a disaster, if your results are garbage, if your progress is non-existent, it started in your mind. And the only way out? Change the conversation you have with yourself. No more self-doubt. No more weak, pathetic excuses. No more reinforcing failure with the words you speak. From now on, you tell yourself who you are. You decide your identity. You speak the future into existence with your own voice. Because no one is coming to lift you up. It's on you. So from this moment forward, speak like a winner. Think like a champion. Move like someone who refuses to be anything less than great. Because if you don't believe in yourself, no one else ever will. Lesson 10. relentless execution, and reflection. Here's the final truth. The difference between winners and losers isn't talent. It isn't intelligence. It isn't luck. It's execution. Relentless, disciplined, unapologetic execution. The winners don't sit around talking about what they're going to do. They don't wait for motivation. They don't hesitate. They move. Every single day. No breaks. No excuses. No second guessing. Because they understand the secret. Success is just consistent execution, stacked over time. Most of you start and stop. You make plans, but never follow through. You get excited for a week, then burn out. You grind when it's easy, but disappear when it gets hard. That's why you lose. Because greatness isn't built in bursts of effort. It's built in the days when no one's watching. It's built in the hours when no one cares. It's built in the moments where most people quit, and the few who refuse to quit rise to the top. So here's the brutal truth. If you're not executing daily, you don't actually want success. You just like the idea of it. Because the people who really want it, they don't need a reason to show up. They don't need motivation. They don't need perfect conditions. They don't need to feel ready. They just do the work. And while you're making excuses, while you're waiting for the perfect moment, while you're lying to yourself about how hard you're working, they're stacking wins. They're taking ground. They're leaving you behind. Because here's the final rule. If you don't execute, you don't matter. If you don't act, you don't exist in this game. If you don't show up every single day, you will be forgotten. And the worst part, one day, you will wake up and realize you wasted your entire life waiting instead of doing. So let me ask you one last time. Are you actually going to do something with your life? Or are you just another dreamer, talking about what could have been? Because time is running out. Execute, or be nothing. Somewhere out there, in the vast possibilities of the universe, there is a version of you who never quit. A version of you who didn't hesitate, who didn't make excuses, who didn't waste time waiting for the right moment. This version of you saw their dreams through to the end. They fought through the pain. They embraced the struggle. They stayed disciplined when everyone else fell off. And because of that, they won. They built the body they always wanted. They made the money they once thought was impossible. They became strong, powerful, untouchable. But the question is, will that version of you ever exist in this reality? Or will you stay stuck in the cycle of excuses, distractions, and regret? Every decision you make, every moment you hesitate, pulls you further away from the version of yourself that you were born to become. But right now, you have a choice. These 10 lessons hold the key to unlocking that version of you. They will tear apart the lies that have kept you weak. They will force you to face the truth that success, power, and freedom are earned, not given. They will teach you to take control of your life in a way that most people never will. But only if you're willing to see them through to the end. Because if you quit, if you make excuses, if you ignore these lessons, then that stronger, richer, more powerful version of you will remain just that. A dream, a ghost, a version of yourself you'll never meet. So what will you do? Will you step up and become that person? Or will you stay exactly where you are, watching someone else live the life that was meant to be yours? Decide now. Because the only difference between the two versions of you is what you choose to do next. Lesson 1. The law that governs everything. Listen carefully. Everything you do, every thought, every action, every decision will come back to you. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but it will return with the same force that you sent it out into the world. This is not a belief. This is not wishful thinking. This is law, Newton's third law, the law of cause and effect. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. You want freedom? You want wealth? You want power? Then understand this. You will pay for it. Nothing in this world is free. There is a cost for everything you desire, and that cost must be paid in full, upfront, and with interest. You cannot cheat this law. You cannot trick it. You cannot escape it. If you put in half-hearted effort, life will give you half-hearted rewards. If you surround yourself with losers, you will become one. If you fill your mind with distractions, numbing yourself with cheap entertainment and meaningless indulgence, you will reap the consequences: weakness, regret, mediocrity. And here's the hard truth most people will never accept. You are not a victim. Look around at your life right now. Your body, your bank account, your mind, your relationships, everything you have or don't have is because of the seeds you planted. You either sowed discipline, work, and sacrifice, or you sowed laziness, excuses, and comfort. Most people will never accept this because it means they have to take responsibility. They would rather blame the system, their past, their circumstances, their genetics, their upbringing, anything but the one thing that actually determines their future: themselves. But if you understand this law, truly understand it, then you hold the keys to your own destiny. Because now, nothing is random. You don't have to sit around waiting for success to find you. You don't have to hope, pray, or wish for a better life. You can create it. You can force it into existence. The only question is, what are you willing to pay? Are you willing to sacrifice comfort for discipline? Are you willing to embrace struggle, knowing it is the down payment on success? Are you willing to earn your power, or will you continue to wish for it? The weak will turn away from this truth. They will retreat to their excuses, their distractions, their addictions. But those who are willing to suffer now will be the ones who reap the rewards later. The choice is yours. But make no mistake, life will only give you what you have earned. So what are you putting in? Lesson 2. The price of progress is pain. You want to be great? Then prepare to suffer. Because there is no success without sacrifice, no progress without pain, no evolution without destruction. Look around you. Everyone wants to win, but no one wants to bleed. Everyone wants the reward, but they run from the work. They want wealth, but they fear the grind. They want strength, but they avoid the struggle. They want power, but they refuse the pain that forges it. But here's the truth no one wants to hear. Pain is not your enemy. It is the gatekeeper to everything you desire. Every empire was built on suffering. Every champion was carved from struggle. Every success story is written in blood, sweat, and the nights where no one sees you clawing your way forward when every fiber of your being tells you to quit. Most people will never get there. Do you know why? Because they shy away when the pain comes. They retreat when the struggle appears. They see hardship and fold. They don't understand that this is the process. This is the price. You want to be successful? Then you must be willing to endure what the weak cannot. The weak chase comfort, and comfort is a slow death. It rots you from the inside. It makes you soft. It makes you weak. It makes you afraid. But pain is the forge. Pain is where the real work is done. When your body aches, when your mind screams, when everything inside of you begs to stop, that is where transformation happens. That is the breaking point where the weak surrender and the strong are born. Do not run from this. Run toward it. Because every moment of pain you embrace is a down payment on your future. The pain of sacrifice, or the pain of regret, That is your only choice. One will make you unstoppable. The other will haunt you until your dying breath. So ask yourself, which pain are you willing to live with? Lesson 3. Everyone is self-made. Own it. Look in the mirror. Everything you see is your fault. Your wins, your losses, your success, your failures, your strength, your weakness. You built this. But here's the difference between the powerful and the powerless. The successful will admit it. The unsuccessful will not. The weak blame everything but themselves. They blame the system. They blame their past. They blame their parents, their teachers, their bosses, their circumstances. They blame the world for why they are not who they want to be. But here's the truth. They chose this life, just like you chose yours. You are self-made, whether you admit it or not. Every decision you've made, every action you've taken, every sacrifice you avoided, it all led you here. And if you don't like what you see, good, because that means you now understand that you are in control. You are not a victim. You are not powerless. You are not trapped. You are responsible. That means you can rebuild yourself from the ground up. That means you can become more than you ever imagined. That means your past mistakes don't define you, but only if you stop running from them. Most people will never do this, because responsibility is heavy. When you succeed, you want the credit. But when you fail, do you take the blame? The weak won't. They will tell themselves stories to avoid the truth. They will live in denial, because it is easier than looking in the mirror and admitting, I failed because of me. I am weak because of me. I am broke because of me. The successful face this truth head on. They say, I am self-made. I built this. And if I built this, I can build something greater. So what will you do? Will you own your failures, or will you hide from them? Will you take control, or will you stay at the mercy of excuses? There is no escape from this reality. You are self-made. The only question is, will you admit it? Lesson 4. Choose your pain. Discipline or regret. Pain is inevitable. No matter how fast you run, no matter how well you hide, pain will find you. But here's the truth most people don't understand. You get to choose your pain. There are only two types: the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. One lasts for a moment. The other lasts for a lifetime. Discipline is waking up early when your body begs for more sleep. Discipline is putting in the work when no one is watching. Discipline is choosing the hard path when the easy road is right there, waiting for you to fold. And yes, discipline hurts. It's uncomfortable. It burns. But regret? Regret is a slow, agonizing death. It lingers. It festers. It haunts you in the quiet moments when there's no one left to blame. Regret is looking back and realizing you had the chance, and you let it slip. Regret is knowing you could have been more, but you chose comfort instead. Regret is standing at the edge of your life, knowing you wasted it. And the worst part? You can't go back. Every choice you make is a step toward one pain or the other. Every time you avoid discipline, you make a down payment on regret. The weak will tell themselves they have time, that they'll start tomorrow, that they'll change someday. But tomorrow turns into next week. Next week turns into next year. Next year turns into never. And before they know it, regret has taken root, and it never lets go. But you have a choice. Right now. You can suffer today and be free tomorrow. Or you can avoid the pain today and suffer forever. The pain of discipline or the pain of regret. Choose wisely. Lesson 5. Control your life. Set a clear destination. Most people are lost. They drift through life like a ship with no captain, no compass, no destination, just floating, hoping the tide will take them somewhere worth going. But here's the truth. If you don't know where you're going, you'll never get there. Look around. The ones who win in life are the ones who move with purpose. The ones who fail are the ones who let life happen to them instead of taking control. They think life is random, a game of luck, a giant lottery where some people get lucky and others don't. But that's a lie. Success isn't an accident. Wealth isn't an accident. Strength isn't an accident. It's the result of setting a clear destination and marching toward it with relentless, unwavering focus. Most people never do this. They don't set goals. They don't define what they want. They just exist, waking up, going through the motions, living the same day over and over again, hoping that somehow, someday, things will change. But life doesn't change on its own. You change it. So ask yourself, what do you want? Not what someone else wants for you. Not what society says you should want. What do you want? Where are you going? Are you just moving? Or are you moving with intention? Is what you're doing right now leading you to the future you want? Or are you wasting time? Because time, energy, and attention, those are your only real assets. If you waste them, you lose. If you focus them, you win. The world doesn't reward those who wander. It rewards those who take control. So stop floating. Stop waiting. Stop hoping. Pick a destination. Lock onto it. And move forward like your life depends on it. Because it does. Lesson 6. The power of solving big problems. The world pays you in direct proportion to the size of the problems you solve. This is why the man flipping burgers makes pennies, while the man building rockets makes billions. It's not about working hard. It's about working smart, solving the right problems. Most people stay broke because they focus on small problems, paying rent next month instead of building financial freedom, complaining about their job instead of creating their own path, chasing quick money instead of building long-term wealth. They live paycheck to paycheck, solving insignificant problems, and wonder why their life never changes. But the wealthy, the powerful, the unstoppable question mark, they look for big problems. They don't just ask, how can I make money? They ask, what problems can I solve that people will pay for? They don't ask, how do I survive? They ask, how do I thrive? They don't just work hard. They work on what matters. Elon Musk isn't paid because he works more hours than a cashier at a gas station. He's paid because he's solving the problem of interplanetary travel. Jeff Bezos isn't rich because he wakes up early. He's rich because he solved the problem of global e-commerce. If you solve bigger problems, you get bigger rewards. So ask yourself, what problems are you solving? Are they big enough to change your life? Are they big enough to change the world? The market doesn't care about effort. It cares about value. You want to be successful? You want to be rich? Stop thinking small. Find a bigger problem. Solve it better than anyone else. And watch how fast your life changes. Lesson 7. Work for it. Nothing is free. Listen carefully. No one is coming to save you. No handouts. No shortcuts. No magic formula. Everything you want. Success, power, freedom. You must earn it. But here's the problem. Most people don't want to work for it. They want the rewards without the sacrifice. They want the success without the struggle. They think life is supposed to be easy. Who told you that? Who fed you that lie? Life does not care about your feelings. The universe does not hand out participation trophies. The world will break you down and leave you behind if you are weak, lazy, or unprepared. You want power? Work for it. You want freedom? Work for it. You want success? Earn it. Luck is a fairy tale. Hard work? That's reality. People love to say, it's all about luck. Number luck is just probability weighted in favor of those who work the hardest. The more effort you put in, the more disciplined you are, the more relentless you become, the more opportunities seem to magically appear. But it's not magic. It's cause and effect. You create your own luck. Most people will never understand this. They will keep waiting, hoping, wishing, while the ones who grind are out there taking what they want. So ask yourself, are you waiting for life to give you something? Or are you going to take it? Are you sitting back, hoping for a break? Or are you creating your own opportunities? Are you complaining about your circumstances? Or are you changing them? This world belongs to those who put in the work. So stop looking for an easy way. There is none. There is only effort. There is only grit. There is only work. Pay the price. Earn your power. Or stay weak. Lesson 8. Trust yourself. Start with small wins. You don't trust yourself. That's why you hesitate. That's why you second-guess every decision. That's why every time you set a goal, you quit before you even get started. Deep down, you don't believe in your own word. Why? Because you've spent years breaking promises to yourself. You said you'd wake up early. Then you hit snooze. You said you'd get in shape. Then you skipped the gym. You said you'd start that business. Then you made another excuse. And now, you don't believe a single thing you say. But here's the truth. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to hand you confidence. No one is going to build discipline for you. If you want to trust yourself, you have to earn it, brick by brick. Start small. Wake up when you say you will. Read one page when you say you will. Do one workout when you say you will. Eat one healthy meal when you say you will. Every time you follow through, you prove to yourself that your word means something. Every small win is another brick in the foundation of your self-trust. And before you know it, you've built an unshakable mindset. Most people will never do this. They'll keep making promises they don't keep. They'll keep lying to themselves. And they'll wonder why they never get anywhere in life. But you will be different. Because now you know the truth. If you can't trust yourself, how can you expect the world to? If you don't believe in your own word, why should anyone else? If you don't commit to the small things, how will you ever achieve something great? Self-trust is not given. It is earned. And if you don't start now, you never will. So stop waiting. Win the small battles. Stack the victories. And soon, you'll become unstoppable. Lesson 9. Break free from conditioning. You were programmed to be weak. From the moment you were born, society shaped you into a follower, not a leader. A worker, not a thinker. A consumer, not a creator. You were conditioned to fear failure, to seek approval, to obey without question. You were told to stay in line, play it safe, and never take risks. And now, you are trapped. Trapped in a cycle of mindless entertainment. Trapped in a routine that keeps you comfortable but powerless. Trapped by fears that were installed in you, not chosen by you. But here's the truth. Everything you think is normal is a lie. School taught you to memorize, not to think. Society told you that security is found in a paycheck, not in freedom. The system rewards compliance, not innovation. And if you don't wake up, you will live your entire life as a pawn in someone else's game. But there is a way out. It starts with breaking free from conditioning. Ask yourself, Do I really believe this? Or was I taught to believe it? Am I making decisions based on fear or truth? Is this life truly mine? Or am I just following a script? Because most people never ask these questions, and that's why they stay stuck. But you refuse to be controlled. You refuse to be another cog in the machine. You refuse to live a life dictated by fear. So from this moment forward, you must question everything. Challenge every belief you hold. Destroy every limitation placed upon you. Rebuild yourself from the ground up, on your own terms. The weak will stay plugged into the system, but the strong, they break free. So what will you choose? Freedom or control? Truth or illusion? Your mind is either your greatest weapon or your greatest prison. Break free, or stay trapped forever. Lesson 10. Death is certain, so take action. Now. You are running out of time. Every second that passes is a second you will never get back. Every day wasted is a day you can't redo. And one day, the clock will stop. Your heart will beat for the last time. And whatever you did, or didn't do, will be the final story of your life. There are no second chances. Yet most people live like they have forever. They move through life like it's a rehearsal, like they can just start tomorrow. They waste time on meaningless distractions, as if time is something they can afford to lose. But here's the truth. You don't have time. Every dream you delay, every goal you put off, every action you avoid, it all leads to one thing: regret. And regret is the heaviest burden a person can carry. Regret will whisper to you in your final moments. You could have been more. You could have tried harder. You could have taken the risk, but you didn't. And by then, it's too late. You will never get another chance to chase that dream. You will never get another chance to build something great. You will never get another chance to live fully, because your time is up. So stop waiting. You want success? Go after it now. You want freedom? Build it now. You want to leave a legacy? Start creating it now. Most people will waste their lives waiting for the perfect moment. But the perfect moment never comes. The ones who win, they take action. Today. Right now. Because they know the truth. Death is coming. You cannot stop it. But before it gets here, you have one choice: to live fully or to die with regret. So what will it be? You've made it this far. You've seen the truth that most people will never accept: that success, power, and freedom are not handed out. They are earned. You now know that pain is the price of progress, that discipline is the only way to avoid regret, that the world rewards those who solve big problems, that your life, every part of it, is a direct reflection of the choices you've made. But here's the real question. What will you do with this knowledge? Because most people, they hear the truth and ignore it. They get inspired for a moment, then go right back to their old ways. They keep waiting. They keep making excuses. And before they know it, their time is gone. Don't let that be you. Because there is still a version of you who did everything right, who stayed disciplined, who pushed through the suffering, who built the life they always wanted. And right now, that version of you is waiting for you to catch up, waiting for you to prove that you deserve to be them. But the only way you get there is by taking action. Not tomorrow, not someday. Right now. Because every moment you hesitate, every excuse you make, every distraction you choose, pulls you further away from that future. So stop waiting. You know what needs to be done. You know what's required. You know the price. Now pay it. Because there are only two options. Become the person you were meant to be, or spend the rest of your life wondering what could have been. The choice is yours. You are standing on the edge of your existence, staring into the abyss of possibility, knowing that within you lies the power to alter everything. Every second that passes, every thought you entertain, you shape the world around you. But here is the truth that most will never acknowledge. Most people live their lives bound by invisible chains. They drift through each day, tossed about by the currents of their circumstances, victims of their own negative thinking. And most tragically, they have no idea that they are the creators of their own suffering. But not you. You are different. You are not here to live like the masses, caged by fear, doubt, and weakness. You are here to rise. You are here to break free. You are here to manifest a life of power, of purpose, of unshakable certainty. And to do this, you must master the law of growth, the law of attraction, the law of manifestation. Lesson 1. Your thoughts shape your reality. Understand this. Your thoughts are not mere fleeting things. They are the very fabric of your existence. Every thought you have sends ripples through the universe, shaping the world you see. The things you think about, day in and day out, grow into your reality. Your inner world reflects your outer world. If you are consumed with thoughts of fear, doubt, and limitation, these will be the building blocks of your existence. You will see scarcity, hardship, and struggle. The law of attraction is inescapable. What you think about is what you attract. But here's the secret. You hold the power to change your thoughts. You are not a passive participant in your life. You are the creator. You must choose your thoughts wisely. Feed your mind with the thoughts of power, of courage, of confidence. When the darkness of fear creeps in, replace it with thoughts of strength. When doubt takes hold, replace it with certainty. You have the power to reshape your world by reshaping your mind. And to do this, you must consistently remind yourself who you are. Whole, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy. These are not just empty words. They are the essence of your being. Let these words become the foundation upon which you build your life. Lesson 2. The power of affirmation. Words are not just words. They are the tools with which you carve your reality. When you repeat an affirmation, you are sending a powerful message to the universe, to yourself, to every cell in your body. These words are not merely suggestions. They are commands. When you affirm something, you make it true. Affirmations are the blueprint for your future. They are the foundation of your character. Think about it. What are you affirming to yourself every day? Are you telling yourself that you are weak, that you are incapable, that you will never succeed? Or are you affirming your power, your potential, your ability to rise above any challenge that comes your way? If you are timid, if you are insecure, if you are constantly worried or anxious, your life will reflect those thoughts. But if you choose to affirm courage, strength, and confidence, your life will change in ways you cannot yet imagine. The power of affirmation lies in its consistency. You must repeat these words day in and day out until they become your reality. Every time you say them, you are reinforcing the very character you wish to embody. And in time, that character will emerge, unstoppable, unwavering, and unbreakable. Lesson 3. Substitution of thought. Here is a universal law that cannot be denied. Two things cannot occupy the same space at the same time. If you are filled with fear, you cannot simultaneously be filled with courage. If you are consumed by doubt, You cannot simultaneously hold faith. You cannot experience both limitation and abundance at the same time. The mind is a battlefield, and only one force can dominate at any given moment. So, the task is simple. You must choose what fills your mind. If you want to banish fear, you must replace it with courage. If you want to erase scarcity, you must replace it with abundance. The way to fight darkness is with light. The way to fight cold is with heat. The way to overcome evil is with good. You must decide what kind of person you want to be. You must decide what kind of life you want to live. And then, you must make the conscious choice to think only the thoughts that align with that life. This is not a one-time decision. This is a daily, hourly, moment-to-moment choice. Every time a negative thought enters your mind, you must replace it with a positive one. Lesson 4. Health, wealth, and love are within your reach. Understand this. Health, wealth, and love are not far-off dreams. They are not things that you must chase, that you must beg the universe for. No. These things are already within you. They are already a part of who you are. Your health is not separate from you. It is a reflection of your thoughts. If you believe you are strong, whole, and perfect, then your body will reflect that belief. Your body is not just flesh and bone. It is spirit, made manifest. And the moment you realize that, the moment you embrace the truth that you are whole, that you are perfect, that you are healthy, your body will follow suit. The same goes for wealth. The world is filled with abundance, but it will not come to those who are blind to it. It will not come to those who believe that scarcity is the way of the world. You must choose to see abundance. You must choose to see the opportunities that surround you, even in the midst of struggle. You must affirm that wealth is already yours, that prosperity is your birthright. And in doing so, you will align yourself with the forces that bring wealth into your life. Love, too, is not something you chase. It is something you become. The more love you give, the more love you will receive. But to give love, you must first fill yourself with it. You must become a magnet for love. When you are filled with love, you will attract love. And when you live in love, your life will be filled with joy, with connection, with harmony. Lesson 5. Visualization, the art of creation. The mind is the master architect of your life. Everything that exists in the physical world was once a thought in someone's mind. If you want to create something, you must first see it. This is the power of visualization. When you can see it in your mind's eye, when you can feel it, when you can live it in your imagination, it will eventually come to pass in your physical reality. Visualization is not daydreaming. It is creation. It is the act of seeing something in your mind with such clarity and intensity that it begins to take shape in the world around you. Whether you want wealth, health, or love, you must visualize it, see it, feel it, live it. If you want wealth, see the abundance flowing to you in waves, unstoppable and ever growing. If you want health, picture yourself strong, vibrant, full of life. See the sickness, the doubt, the weakness fade away like smoke in the wind. If you want love, visualize it. See yourself surrounded by the warmth, the connection, the harmony of love. The more real you make it in your mind, the more real it will become in your world. Now, warriors of GrimFace, you have been given the tools. You have been shown the way. You have the power to shape your life, to manifest your deepest desires, to transform your world. The only question is, will you use them? To To those who have already committed to this journey, we salute you. You are the ones who will rise, who will break free from the chains of fear and mediocrity. You are the ones who will manifest your dreams into reality. To those who are new to this path, welcome. You are about to enter a new world, a world of limitless possibility, of unshakable power, of ultimate control over your destiny. But the time to act is now. The time to rise is now. This is not a journey for the faint of heart. This is not a journey for the weak. But if you are ready to claim your power, if you are ready to embrace your true potential, then join the GrimFace movement. Together, we will rise. Together, we will manifest our futures. And together, we will reshape the world. Subscribe, and let us walk this path of power and transformation together. The time is now. In the deepest, darkest moments, when doubt gnaws at your mind and fear takes hold of your every thought, you'll find yourself standing at a crossroads. And right there, in that moment, you have a choice. You can give in. You can fall back into the arms of comfort. You can press that snooze button. You can stay in bed just a little longer and let another day slip away. Or you can rise. You can rise with every ounce of what you've got. And trust me, it will take every ounce. You will have to dig deep and take everything you have, every last drop of energy, and pour it into your vision, into your goals. So what happens if you don't give it everything you've got? If you give in to your doubts? If you decide to stay down and quit pushing forward? You know what happens. You cut your family short. You cut everyone who believes in you short. But more than that, you cut yourself short. You rob yourself of the life you were destined to live. The one you dream of when the lights go out. When you close your eyes and envision what could be. You have seen it, haven't you? The vision of success. The vision of yourself. Strong, unstoppable, and powerful. But without action, without sweat, without the willingness to sacrifice, that vision is just a fantasy. And that fantasy will remain a fantasy until you step up and demand it. You want that life? You want the life of freedom, of success, of limitless possibilities? Then level up. It's time. There is no easy way, no shortcuts, no cheat codes. You have to earn it. It'll require everything. There are no rest days. There's no time to sleep in, to waste. You have to wake up every day and grind. Even when your body is screaming for rest. Even when your mind is telling you that you've given enough. Even when the world is falling apart around you. You stand. You show up. You give it everything. You show up when it's raining. You show up when it's snowing. You show up when you're tired, when you're sick, when you feel broken. You show up. You give your best. You sweat. You bleed. You cry. You puke. You do whatever it takes to make sure that no day is wasted. And that's the price of success. This isn't for the weak. This isn't for the ones who sit around waiting for motivation. This isn't for the ones who talk about their dreams, but never take action. If you want to stand among the few who rise to the top, then you must learn the hardest truth of all. There is no success without sacrifice. And if you're not willing to sacrifice, if you're not willing to endure pain, discomfort, and frustration, then you're not ready. You have to put in the work. You have to fight when it feels impossible. You have to fight when you don't feel like it. Every single day. So, What happens if you don't? What happens if you refuse to fight? If you refuse to go after what's yours? You're not going to feel relief. You're not going to feel free. You're going to feel regret. You're going to feel that empty void deep within you, gnawing at you, telling you that you could have been more, you could have done more. But you chose to give in. You chose to stay where you were. And that dream, that burning desire inside you, it's not going anywhere. It stays with you. But if you do nothing, if you let fear and doubt rule you, you'll die with that dream inside you. Buried, forgotten, never realized. But if you rise, if you decide that today is the day you fight, that today is the day you make a change, then you are on the path to becoming something unstoppable. You want success? Then you fight for it every day. You wake up with purpose. You wake up with fire. And you carry that fire with you into everything you do. You think this is going to be easy? You think success is going to come to you just because you wish for it? No. No one is coming to save you. No one is handing you anything. You will have to suffer for it. You will have to push through moments that will break you. You'll have to deal with failure. You'll have to deal with pain. You'll have to deal with defeat. But here's the thing. It's in those defeats, in those moments when everything seems like it's falling apart, that your greatest growth happens. Those defeats, they will shape you into something far greater than you ever imagined. Every failure, every setback, every ounce of pain, it's all shaping you into the warrior you are meant to be. And if you think for a second that you can just sit back and wait for things to happen, you're dead wrong. You're running from your own success right now. You're afraid of the work. You're afraid of the sacrifice. You're afraid of what you might become when you finally unlock your potential. You have it in the palm of your hand, but you're too afraid to grab it. But that fear is exactly what will make you stronger. Embrace it. Use it. You have everything you need to succeed. Your mind, your vision, your dream. These are the tools you need to create the life you've always wanted. See it. Believe it. You have to see it first. You have to visualize yourself winning. You have to see yourself at the top. And if you truly believe it, if you truly see yourself as the one who wins, then you will fight through every single barrier. You'll fight through every single obstacle. Nothing will be able to stop you. But belief is just the start. Belief without action is nothing. You have to move. You have to act. You have to execute. And when it gets tough, when you feel like you can't go on, that's when you fight harder. When everyone else is quitting, when they've given up, that's when you double down. Because the warriors who rise are the ones who push through when no one else will. They rise because they refuse to stay down. And you can rise too. But it will require everything. Life will throw everything at you. It will test you. It will push you to the brink. You will face obstacles. You will face hardships. You will be crushed under the weight of your own doubts. But you can't quit. You can't give up. When it feels like you can't take anymore, when it feels like everything is lost, that's when you dig deeper. That's when the real strength comes out. The world doesn't owe you anything. You owe it to yourself to fight for everything you want. No one will hand you success. No one will hand you happiness. No one will give you the life you want. You have to build it. You have to create it from nothing. And that process, it will take every ounce of your blood, sweat, and tears. That's the price of success. And here's the real question. Are you willing to pay it? Are you willing to sacrifice everything? your comfort, your fears, your doubts, so that you can live the life you know you were meant to? Are you ready to give everything? Because this isn't for the faint of heart. This is for the ones who are ready to rise, to fight, and to conquer. This is for the warriors. And if that's you, if you're ready to step into the battle, then there's nothing that can stop you. Nothing in this world will stand in your way if you refuse to back down. But you have to choose that path. You have to choose to fight. Today. Lesson 1. Embrace the power of vision. Objective. Learn to visualize your success, embody it, and use it as the fuel to push through doubt and fear. Overview. Vision is the foundation of everything. Without it, you'll wander aimlessly, tossed by the winds of doubt and indecision. With a clear and powerful vision, you gain focus, direction, and an unshakable sense of purpose. Vision is the starting point of success, and it's not just about dreaming. It's about seeing your success as a tangible reality, even before it exists. Your mind is the first battleground, and if you can control it, you can control everything that follows. Key concepts. Visualization as a tool for success. Visualization is not simply wishful thinking. It's a powerful tool that your mind can use to prepare for your success, to mentally rehearse the actions you will take, and to reinforce your belief that your goals are achievable. You are laying the foundation for your future reality by training your mind to see it before it exists. When you visualize your success, you start to move with intention. It becomes less of a what if and more of a when. Implementation steps. Set aside time every morning to visualize yourself achieving your goal. Picture yourself in vivid detail, how it feels, what you see, the emotions you experience. Visualize yourself at the peak of your success, not just the end, but every step of the way, including the challenges you will face and the actions you will take to overcome them. The power of focused imagination. Your imagination is not just for entertainment. It's one of the most powerful tools you have for creating your reality. When you focus on a clear vision and allow that vision to occupy your thoughts, your mind begins to work toward making it a reality. Your actions will align with your thoughts, and your mind will identify opportunities that you would have otherwise missed. Focusing your imagination on success rewires your brain to act in ways that will bring that success closer. Implementation. Steps. Create a mental image of success. What does it look like? What does it feel like? Write down your vision in vivid detail. Create a visual representation or vision board to keep in front of you as a daily reminder. Each time doubt creeps in, return to your mental image. See it clearly in your mind. Feel it in your heart, seeing yourself as already successful. The key to manifestation is to see yourself as already the person you need to be to accomplish your goal. If you don't believe that you are capable of achieving it now, then you will never act in a way that aligns with that belief. It's not about wishing for success. It's about knowing you will succeed and embodying that success in the present. The more you see yourself as already having succeeded, the more your actions will follow that belief. Implementation. Steps. Take time each day to see yourself as the person you aspire to be. When you wake up, ask yourself, what would the successful version of me do today? Act as if your success is inevitable. Your thoughts, actions, and decisions should reflect the confidence that you already have everything you need to succeed. Challenge. Morning visualization practice. For 1 week, commit to spending at least 10 minutes every morning visualizing yourself achieving your goal. Do this before you check your phone before you let outside influences distract you. In this sacred time, only focus on the vision of your success. Write your vision. Write down your vision for success in vivid detail. Create a success manifesto where you describe what your life will look like when you achieve your goals. Read this daily, and with each reading, make sure it feels more real. Allow yourself to become emotionally connected to the words. Affirmations. Every time doubt creeps in, use affirmations to remind yourself that your success is not only possible, but inevitable. For example, I am already successful, and every step I take is bringing me closer to my goals. Say these affirmations out loud, with conviction. Your vision is the map to your success. The clearer it is, the more intentional your journey will be. Don't wait for success to find you. Don't wait for the world to change. Create your vision, live it, and watch it unfold. Every day you step forward with your vision in mind. You are not just imagining success. You are becoming the person who achieves it. Lesson 2. Stop waiting for motivation. Create discipline. Objective. Shift your mindset from waiting for motivation to creating your own discipline. Understanding that lasting success is built through consistent, daily effort, not fleeting bursts of inspiration. Overview. Motivation is unreliable. Some days you'll feel fired up and ready to conquer the world. Other days, you'll feel like you're walking through quicksand. If you rely on motivation alone, you'll never achieve the consistent results necessary for success. The key to long-term growth is discipline, the ability to show up and do the work, even when you don't feel like it. Discipline is the true separator between those who succeed and those who falter. It's not about waiting for the right moment, the right inspiration, or the right feeling. It's about committing to the process and making it non-negotiable. Key concepts. Motivation is fleeting. Discipline is unshakable. Motivation can be like a wave. It can crash into you, giving you a surge of energy and focus, but it can also fade just as quickly. If you wait for motivation to hit, you might never take action. Discipline, on the other hand, is a constant. It's the commitment to taking action no matter how you feel. When motivation is absent, discipline is what keeps you going. It's the backbone of success, the fuel that drives you to push through the days when the world feels like it's working against you. Implementation. Steps. Start by identifying one task or habit that you want to build discipline around. Choose something that will have a significant impact on your goals, such as daily exercise, writing, studying, or working on your business. Make it non-negotiable. Decide that no matter how you feel, you will do this task every day. This commitment should be unconditional. There is no tomorrow or later. If it's part of your routine, you do it. No excuses. Track your progress. Keep a daily log or journal of your actions, noting when you followed through and when you didn't. This not only holds you accountable, but reinforces the habit. Building consistency over time. Discipline isn't about forcing yourself to work 24/7 or pushing through at all costs. It's about creating small, consistent actions that over time lead to massive results. Just like building muscle, consistency compounds over time. Each small action, done consistently, builds the foundation for success. One day of discipline doesn't change much, but a year of consistent, disciplined effort transforms your life. Implementation steps. Break your larger goals into small, manageable tasks that you can do every single day. These tasks should take a manageable amount of time, and you should be able to do them without feeling overwhelmed. Daily commitment. Commit to doing one small task each day. Even if it's just 15 minutes, make sure you do it every day without fail. This is your daily minimum, and it becomes part of your routine. Don't aim for perfection. Aim for consistency. If you miss a day, don't dwell on it. Acknowledge it, then get back on track the next day. The goal is to never stop, even if you stumble. How to develop mental toughness. Mental toughness is the ability to keep pushing forward, despite discomfort, adversity, or setbacks. It's a crucial element of discipline. When you push through challenges, you develop resilience. Your mental strength grows as you learn to ignore distractions, push past emotional resistance, and do what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel. Implementation. Steps. Embrace discomfort. Start pushing yourself out of your comfort zone regularly. Whether it's physical, like working out, or mental, like tackling a challenging project, choose activities that stretch your limits. Create a morning routine. Begin each day with a routine that sets the tone for discipline. This can include stretching, journaling, or tackling a difficult task right away. Having a morning routine that prioritizes discipline helps you maintain control over your day from the start. Develop mental resilience. Every time you want to quit or avoid a task, practice pushing through it. For example, when working out, push through that last rep, even though your body wants to quit. When faced with a hard decision, choose the option that requires the most discipline, not the one that feels easier. Challenge. Non-negotiable daily action. Choose one task that will take you closer to your goal and make it non-negotiable for the next 30 days. This could be working out for 20 minutes each day, reading a chapter of a book, or spending 30 minutes on your side hustle. Commit to it daily, no exceptions. Write it down, put it on your calendar, and make sure it happens no matter what. The key is consistency, not perfection. Track your daily discipline. For the next 30 days, track your actions. Create a simple chart or journal where you mark off each day that you follow through on your non-negotiable task. Reflect on any challenges you face and how you overcame them. At the end of each week, review your progress to see how discipline has built momentum. Push beyond resistance. Choose one area where you consistently give in to resistance, whether it's procrastination, laziness, or fear, and actively push through it. This could be something small, like getting up early to work out, or something big, like writing that first chapter of your book. Each time you push through the resistance, remind yourself that you're building mental toughness. Discipline is the bridge between where you are now and where you want to be. It's not about waiting for the right mood, the right day, or the right conditions. It's about committing to the process, showing up every single day, and refusing to quit. Motivation will come and go, but discipline will keep you moving forward. If you want to be successful, it's not enough to feel motivated. You have to create a system of discipline that drives you even when you don't feel like it. Every small, consistent step you take adds up to something powerful. Keep moving, no matter what. Lesson 3. Build strength through suffering. Objective. Understand that discomfort and suffering are essential for growth. Embrace challenges instead of avoiding them, knowing that your greatest strength is built through enduring and overcoming adversity. Overview. Most people spend their lives avoiding discomfort. We avoid pain, hardship, and struggle because we associate these things with failure or weakness. But the truth is, the greatest achievements, the most significant transformations, and the deepest personal growth come from facing and overcoming suffering. Success doesn't come from avoiding challenges. It comes from embracing them, learning from them, and allowing them to shape you into someone stronger, tougher, and more resilient. In fact, the more you resist discomfort, the less growth you'll experience. True growth happens only when you step outside your comfort zone, confront the obstacles that stand in your way, and press forward despite the pain. Key concepts. Growth happens outside your comfort zone. If you want to become someone who achieves greatness, you have to stop running from discomfort. Comfort is where dreams go to die. The only way to grow is to deliberately push yourself beyond your current limits. Every time you push yourself through pain or difficulty, you expand your capabilities. You become more than you were yesterday. It is in moments of challenge and hardship that you find your true potential. Implementation steps. Identify your comfort zone. Take a moment to reflect on where you have been staying comfortable in your life. Is it in your career, in your relationships, in your personal development? Write down the areas where you tend to avoid discomfort. Choose a challenge. Select one area where you will intentionally push yourself outside of your comfort zone. This could be anything from taking on a difficult project, confronting a personal fear, or physically pushing your body further than it's ever been. Embrace discomfort daily. Each day, challenge yourself in small ways. If you're working on fitness, try pushing your limits with your workout. If you're focused on personal development, confront something you've been avoiding, like speaking up or taking risks in your career. Pain is temporary, but growth is forever. Suffering is inevitable, but how you view it will determine its impact on your life. Every time you experience pain, whether it's emotional, physical, or mental, you have a choice. Either let it defeat you or use it as a stepping stone toward greater strength. Pain, when endured and properly channeled, is one of the most powerful tools you have for growth. It teaches you resilience, perseverance, and the ability to overcome anything. When you learn to embrace the pain and discomfort, you start to see it as part of the process, not something to avoid. Implementation. Steps. Reframe your mindset about pain. Every time you experience discomfort, remind yourself that this pain is temporary and necessary for your growth. Instead of seeing it as something to fear, see it as an opportunity to strengthen your character and expand your abilities. Create a mantra. Develop a phrase or mantra that you can say to yourself when you're going through tough moments. Something like, "This pain is temporary, and it is making me stronger," can serve as a powerful reminder during tough times. Reflect on your progress. After a challenging experience, take the time to reflect. Ask yourself what you learned and how the pain shaped you. This reflection helps you see the value in suffering and reminds you that each struggle builds the person you're becoming. Mental toughness comes from pushing through the struggle. Mental toughness is the ability to keep moving forward, even when everything inside you is telling you to quit. It's built through consistent exposure to challenges and through developing the ability to keep going, no matter how hard it gets. The more often you push through adversity, the stronger your mental fortitude becomes. Just like physical strength, mental toughness is something you build over time by facing difficulty and refusing to let it break you. Implementation. Steps. Start small. Mental toughness doesn't happen overnight. Begin by challenging yourself in small ways. For example, If you're working out, finish your set even when it feels impossible. If you're working on a project, keep going even when you hit a roadblock. Visualize strength. When you're faced with a challenge, take a moment to visualize yourself pushing through it. See yourself overcoming obstacles, staying calm, and remaining focused. This mental rehearsal strengthens your resolve. Seek out challenges. Make it a point to seek out opportunities that will push your limits. Whether it's taking on a difficult task, entering a competition, or facing something you fear, actively seek out challenges that will make you stronger. Challenge. Daily discomfort. Challenge. For the next 14 days, find one thing every day that pushes you outside of your comfort zone. This could be a physical challenge, like pushing through a difficult workout, a mental challenge, like tackling a task you've been procrastinating, or an emotional challenge, like confronting a difficult conversation. Embrace it fully and reflect on how it made you stronger. Push past your limits. Choose one area where you consistently feel weak or where you tend to give up when things get tough. Whether it's running, reading, or working on a personal goal, push yourself to go beyond your normal limits. If you normally run for 20 minutes, push for 25. If you normally work for an hour, push for 15 more minutes. Every time you hit a wall, push through it and see what happens. Embrace a no-quit mindset. Every time you feel like giving up on something, whether it's a project, a workout, or a goal, commit to pushing through it for an additional 10 minutes. Tell yourself that quitting is not an option. Use this practice to build mental resilience and develop the habit of finishing what you start. Final thought. Suffering and discomfort are not enemies. They are the crucible in which you are forged. Every time you push through the pain, every time you confront the hardship, you are becoming stronger, more resilient, and more capable of achieving greatness. The greater the challenge, the greater the strength you will gain from it. Success doesn't come to the ones who avoid difficulty. It comes to those who embrace it, use it as a tool, and rise to meet it head-on. The strength you need to achieve your goals is built in the fire of adversity. So let it burn. Let it shape you into someone who cannot be defeated. Lesson 4. Focus on execution, not excuses. Objective. Learn to prioritize action over hesitation, execution over procrastination, and progress over perfection. Stop making excuses and start getting things done. Overview. Many people spend their lives dreaming of success, but they never take the necessary steps to make it happen. They wait for the perfect time, the right moment, or the ideal conditions. But the truth is, the perfect moment never arrives. The road to success is paved with consistent action, even when it's not convenient, even when conditions aren't ideal, and even when you don't feel like it. Execution is the key. It's the difference between those who achieve their goals and those who merely talk about them. Focusing on execution means taking action, even when the circumstances aren't perfect, and pushing forward despite uncertainty, doubt, or fear. It's about taking steps, no matter how small, toward your goal, every single day. Key concepts. Execution is the bridge between ideas and reality. Ideas are plentiful. We all have them. Visions, goals, dreams. But ideas are meaningless without execution. Success doesn't come from thinking about what you want to do. It comes from doing it. Many people spend their time planning, refining, and tweaking their ideas to perfection. While planning is important, it should never overshadow execution. A plan without action is simply a wish. Real progress only happens when you commit to execution and follow through, no matter what. Implementation steps. Stop waiting for perfection. If you are waiting for everything to align perfectly before taking action, you will wait forever. Start now with what you have and make adjustments along the way. The best time to start is now, not later. Break down your goals into actionable steps. Instead of focusing on your end goal, break it down into small, manageable actions you can take every day. Every task you complete, no matter how small, is one step closer to achieving your dream. Commit to action. At the end of each day, reflect on the actions you've taken. If you didn't take any action, ask yourself why. Then commit to taking at least one step the next day, no matter how small. Excuses keep you stuck. Execution moves you forward. Excuses are the silent killers of progress. We all make them. Too tired, too busy, not the right time, not enough resources. But every excuse is a barrier that stands between you and your success. The more you make excuses, the more you stay stuck in the same place. Excuses are often rooted in fear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, or fear of discomfort. But if you want to succeed, you must stop letting fear dictate your actions. You must choose execution over hesitation, regardless of how you feel in the moment. Implementation steps. Identify your excuses. Take note of the excuses you make when you fail to act. Are they based on fear or procrastination? Once you identify them, challenge each excuse. Ask yourself if it's truly valid, or if it's just your mind trying to protect you from discomfort. Replace excuses with solutions. For every excuse, come up with a solution. For example, if you say, "I don't have time," ask yourself, how can I make time for this? If you say, "I don't have the resources," ask, what resources do I already have? And how can I use them to get started? Start small. If you're overwhelmed, start with small tasks. The key is to start somewhere, no matter how insignificant the first step might seem. Momentum comes from action, and once you take that first step, it will be easier to take the next one. Action creates momentum. Momentum creates results. When you take action, even if it's just a little bit at a time, you begin to build momentum. Momentum is one of the most powerful forces you can harness. Once you get moving, it becomes easier to continue moving. The more you execute, the more confident you become in your ability to succeed, and the more motivated you'll feel. The key is to stop waiting for the right moment and just take action. Execution breeds confidence, and confidence breeds success. Implementation steps. Create a daily action plan. Every day, write down the most important tasks you need to accomplish. Prioritize them and commit to completing them. Even if you only have 30 minutes to work, use that time to move forward. Commit to at least one action step every day. No matter how small, make sure that you take one step toward your goal every day. This could be sending an email, writing a page, making a call, or doing a quick workout. The key is consistency. Celebrate small wins. Every time you complete a task, take a moment to acknowledge your progress. This celebration reinforces positive behavior and boosts your motivation to continue. Perfection is the enemy of progress. Many people never finish what they start because they're waiting for perfection. They refine, adjust, and tweak endlessly, convinced that they can always improve it. The truth is, perfection doesn't exist. There will always be something more to improve. Waiting for perfection prevents you from getting started and slows your momentum. Accept that progress is more important than perfection. Done is better than perfect. Execution is the key to making progress. Once you take action, you can refine, adjust, and improve along the way. Implementation steps. Give yourself permission to be imperfect. Understand that the first version of your work is not going to be perfect, and that's okay. Your focus should be on getting it done, not on making it flawless. Set deadlines. Commit to finishing tasks within a certain time frame, even if they're not perfect. A deadline forces you to take action and prevents you from getting stuck in endless refinement. Refine as you go. Once you start executing, you'll find ways to improve. Keep moving forward and don't wait for the perfect conditions. You can always make adjustments as you learn from your mistakes and successes. Challenge. The Action First Challenge. For the next 14 days, commit to taking at least one action toward your goal every single day. Even if it's small, make sure you do something that brings you closer to your dream. Do not let any excuse prevent you from taking action. Track your execution. Keep a daily log of the actions you take. This helps you see how much you're accomplishing, builds momentum, and keeps you accountable. At the end of each week, review your progress and evaluate what worked and what didn't. This will help you stay focused and make adjustments as needed. The done is better than perfect challenge. Choose one project or task that you've been delaying because you're waiting for it to be perfect. Finish it and release it into the world, even if it's not perfect. Remind yourself that progress is better than perfection. Final thought. The only thing that separates you from your goals is action. You can dream, plan, and strategize, but if you don't execute, you won't make any progress. Execution is everything. Stop waiting for the perfect moment, the right feeling, or the right conditions. The time to act is now. Every small step you take today adds up to massive results over time. And as you take action consistently, you'll not only move closer to your goals, you'll build the momentum and confidence needed to continue pushing forward until you achieve everything you set out to do. Lesson 5. Build resilience through defeat. Objective. Understand that failure is not the end, but a necessary part of the growth process. Learn how to use defeat as a catalyst for building resilience, and understand that every setback is an opportunity for greater strength, wisdom, and growth. Overview. Failure is inevitable. Everyone who has achieved success has faced setbacks, failures, and moments of defeat. Yet so many people view failure as something to avoid, something to fear, or something that signifies the end of the road. The truth is, failure is a part of the journey, and it's one of the most powerful tools for growth. Without failure, there is no growth. Without hardship, there is no transformation. The key is not to avoid defeat, but to embrace it, learn from it, and use it to fuel your resilience. Resilience is built through facing adversity and refusing to let it break you. It's not about never falling. It's about how you get back up every time you do. Key concepts. Failure is inevitable. Embrace it. Every successful person has faced failure. The people who rise to the top aren't those who have avoided failure, but those who have faced it, learned from it, and kept going. When you experience failure, it doesn't mean you're incapable or unworthy. It means you are human. Failure is a part of the process. It's where you learn your deepest lessons, where you build your strongest muscles, both mentally and emotionally. The more you embrace failure, the more resilient you become. Implementation steps. Reframe failure. Instead of viewing failure as a negative event, change your mindset. See it as feedback. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? What did I do right? And what could I have done better? Separate failure from identity. Don't allow failure to define who you are. Understand that failing at something is not the same as being a failure. You are not your mistakes. You are the person who learns from them and gets better. Create a failure journal. Write down your setbacks and defeats, along with the lessons you've learned from them. This will help you see that every failure is a stepping stone, not a roadblock. Resilience is built in the face of adversity. Resilience isn't something you're born with. It's something you develop over time. It's the ability to stay strong when life gets hard, to persevere through difficulties, and to rise again after you fall. Every time you face adversity and refuse to quit, you build your resilience. The more you expose yourself to challenges and overcome them, the stronger and more resilient you become. Implementation steps. Get comfortable with discomfort. Actively seek out challenges that will stretch you. This could be taking on a difficult project at work, confronting a fear, or pushing your physical limits in a workout. Every time you face something difficult and get through it, you build resilience. Develop mental toughness. When things get tough, resist the urge to give up. Push through the resistance. Focus on the bigger picture, the long-term goal, and remind yourself that every struggle is an opportunity to grow stronger. Use setbacks as stepping stones. When you encounter a setback, don't see it as a roadblock. View it as an opportunity to improve. What can you learn from this setback? How can you adjust your approach to get closer to your goal? The importance of perseverance. Perseverance is the ability to keep going, even when it feels like progress is impossible. It's the refusal to quit in the face of adversity. The most successful people aren't the ones who had it easy. They're the ones who faced challenges, struggled, and kept going. Perseverance is the quiet strength that keeps you moving forward, even when everything seems stacked against you. Implementation. Steps. Break down your goals. When faced with a large, overwhelming goal, break it down into smaller, achievable tasks. This makes the process less daunting and allows you to focus on taking one step at a time, which helps you persevere through the tough times. Celebrate small victories. Every time you make progress, no matter how small, take a moment to celebrate. Recognizing even the smallest win helps keep you motivated during the hard times. Create a support system. Surround yourself with people who encourage perseverance, people who understand the value of hard work, and who won't let you quit. When you have a strong support system, it's easier to keep pushing through. Growth comes from the struggle. In every difficult moment, there is an opportunity for growth. The more you struggle, the more you stretch your limits. It's only through facing your struggles head-on that you truly evolve into the person you need to become. The struggle is not something to fear. It's something to embrace. Growth isn't about avoiding challenges. It's about using them to become stronger. Implementation steps. View challenges as opportunities. Instead of dreading difficulties, ask yourself how they can help you grow. What new skills can you develop? What new strengths can you discover? This shift in mindset will help you face struggles with a more positive and proactive attitude. Push through emotional resistance. When you feel like quitting emotionally, when you feel discouraged or overwhelmed, push through that resistance. Recognize that this emotional resistance is part of the process, and it's a sign that you're on the verge of breakthrough. Build a growth mindset. Cultivate a mindset that embraces learning and growth. When you fail, don't see it as a defeat. See it as an opportunity to learn, improve, and come back stronger. Challenge. The Resilience Journal. For the next 14 days, keep a journal where you reflect on your struggles, failures, and the lessons you've learned. Each day, write down one setback you've encountered and one thing you learned from it. At the end of 2 weeks, review your entries and notice how much you've grown through adversity. Face a fear. Identify one fear or challenge that you've been avoiding. It could be speaking in public, taking on a difficult project, or confronting someone you've been avoiding. This week, make it a point to face this fear head-on. The goal is not to conquer it immediately, but to begin the process of becoming resilient through it. Perseverance challenge. Choose one long-term goal that has felt like an uphill battle. Break it down into small tasks and commit to one task every day for the next month, no matter how difficult or discouraging it might feel. Write down each day's action, even the setbacks, and notice how your perseverance compounds over time. Final thought. Resilience is not something you're born with. It's built piece by piece, through every struggle you face and overcome. Every defeat, every failure, every challenge is an opportunity to grow stronger. It's through adversity that you develop the strength, character, and mental fortitude needed to achieve greatness. Failure is not your enemy. It's your teacher. Embrace the struggles, face the pain, and use it to build a resilience that can never be broken. The more you persevere, the more you grow, and the closer you get to the person you were always meant to become. To all the returning GrimFace warriors, thank you. Your resilience, dedication, and unrelenting pursuit of greatness are what make this movement stronger every day. You embody the power of persistence and the relentless drive to rise, no matter how many times life tries to knock you down. Keep pushing. Keep growing. The journey is far from over, and every step you take brings you closer to your true potential. To those of you new to the GrimFace movement, welcome. You've taken the first step toward transformation. Here, we don't shy away from discomfort. We embrace it. We learn from it. We build our strength through every challenge. If you're ready to stop making excuses, to stop waiting for the right moment, and to take control of your life, then subscribe. Join us. Together, we will create the life we're meant to live. The battle is never easy, but it is worth it. Let's rise. Together. Comfort is killing your potential. It is a slow, insidious killer. Every day, every hour, it whispers in your ear, inviting you to rest, to take it easy, to put off the hard work, to settle for what's good enough. But let me tell you something. The easy path you think is making your life better is robbing you of everything that you could be. You're not just stagnating, you're actively moving backward. While you lounge in your comfort zone, thinking you're safe, you're slowly dying inside. Your growth, your evolution, your potential, all of it is slipping away. The world doesn't stop when you choose comfort. The world is relentless, constantly moving forward. While you're resting, someone else is grinding, pushing, and clawing their way to the top. While you're settling for mediocrity, someone else is reaching for greatness. Every moment you spend coasting, someone is taking your spot. Someone is doing the work you refuse to do. They're breaking the limits you're too afraid to even challenge. This is the cruel truth. Comfort is not your ally. It is your enemy. And the worst part? You're not just letting it happen. You're actively participating in your own mediocrity. There's a lie that we tell ourselves, and it's the most dangerous lie we'll ever believe. I'll start tomorrow. How many times have you said that? How many times have you told yourself that you'll make a change, but you'll start it tomorrow, next week, next year? Here's the thing. The truth is, there is no tomorrow. There is only now. Every second you waste, every minute you spend putting off the work you know you need to do, is another second lost in your journey. It's time you'll never get back. And every second wasted compounds, pulling you further away from your dreams. There's a moment in every person's life when they are faced with the truth. It's that moment when you look in the mirror and you no longer just see your reflection. You see the reality of who you've become. For some, it comes late at night, when the world is still and the silence is deafening. For others, it strikes in broad daylight, when you least expect it, in the midst of an ordinary day. You realize, this is who I am now. Is this who I wanted to be? That moment defines us. It either crushes us or pushes us forward. And that's the point where you must decide. Will you accept mediocrity or rise up to your true potential? Now let me share something with you that most people will never grasp. Success isn't about what you achieve. It's about who you become in the process of achievement. It's not just the destination that matters. It's the journey. It's the person you evolve into while you push toward that goal. And that person, well, they're determined by what you do every single day when no one else is watching. The truth is, it's easy to want success. Everyone wants success. But the real question isn't whether you want it. It's whether you're willing to become the person capable of achieving it. Think about yesterday. Really think about it. What time did you wake up? What was the first thing you did? Did you roll out of bed and go straight into your day? Or did you hit snooze for another 10 minutes, telling yourself you'll just rest for a little longer? What did you do with those precious morning hours? Did you scroll through social media, consuming the lives of others, while your own life slipped away? These aren't just random questions. These are the building blocks of your future. Every choice, no matter how small, either pushes you toward excellence or pulls you toward mediocrity. There is no neutral ground. You're either moving forward or you're moving backward. You're either growing or you're dying. The gap between where you are and where you want to be isn't measured in miles. It's measured in decisions, small decisions, seemingly insignificant choices that you make every day. And guess what? No one sees these decisions. No one applauds them. No one criticizes them. But these decisions build up, drop by drop, until they form a mighty river. They shape your future in ways you can't yet understand. These small, unseen decisions are what will determine whether you become a winner or stay stuck in mediocrity. True winners understand something the rest of the world doesn't. Success is not a destination you arrive at one day. It's the natural consequence of consistently making the harder right choice instead of the easier wrong one. It's choosing growth over comfort, every day, every hour, without exception. It's about getting up when the alarm goes off and deciding that today will be the day you push yourself just a little bit more than you did yesterday. When that alarm rings, it's not just a wake-up call. It's a decision point. Will you rise with purpose, or will you roll over and give in to your comfort zone? And here's where the rubber meets the road. How many of us are actively seeking discomfort? How many of us are pushing ourselves into situations that challenge us, that force us to grow? Most people spend their entire lives avoiding discomfort, trying to stay in the safety of their comfort zones, and then wonder why they're stuck. They wonder why they haven't reached the heights they desire. Comfort is the prison you've locked yourself in. The bars are invisible, but they're real. And until you break free from them, you will never realize your true potential. Let me be clear. Your comfort zone is not meant to be a permanent place of residence. It's a place to visit occasionally, but it's not where you're meant to live. Living in your comfort zone is a slow death to your potential. Every time you choose comfort over growth, you're writing the story of your own mediocrity. But every time you choose discomfort, you're writing the story of your greatness. So ask yourself this: what would your life look like if you pushed yourself just 1% harder every single day? Not 100%. That's unsustainable. But just one more rep. One more minute of focus. One more call. That one extra push might not seem like much in the moment, but when you add it up over a week, a month, a year, suddenly you'll look back and realize you've built something extraordinary. The biggest mistake people make is waiting for motivation. They think they need to feel motivated before they take action. But that's backward. Action comes first. Motivation follows. You don't need to feel ready. You don't need to feel confident. You don't need to wait for the perfect moment. You just need to decide right now that you will push yourself every single day, no matter how you feel. Your life, everything in it, is the result of the decisions you've made up until now. Your health, your relationships, your career, your finances. It's all the outcome of the choices you've made. So, if you want different results, you need to make different decisions. And here's the most powerful part. You can make a new decision at any moment. Right now, you can decide to become the person who pushes themselves every day. You can decide to stop waiting for permission, for validation, for perfect conditions. The question isn't, what do I want? The real question is, what am I willing to go through to get what I want? Success isn't about what you want. It's about what you're willing to endure. It's about what you're willing to sacrifice. It's about how much you're willing to push when everything inside you screams to stop. Every day is a battle between who you are and who you could become. You're either growing or you're dying. There is no in between. And here's the hard truth. Your potential will always exceed your performance. No matter how far you've come, no matter how much you've accomplished, there's always another level. But getting there requires consistent, deliberate, uncomfortable effort. Most people only operate at 40% of their true potential. They do just enough to get by, enough to avoid criticism, enough to keep up appearances. Don't be one of them. Winners know that 40% is self-betrayal. Every time you operate below your potential, you're betraying your future. The moment you feel resistance, that's not a sign to stop. That's a sign that you're about to level up. Discomfort is a signal of growth. When you feel resistance, when you feel fear, that's when you know you're on the verge of something great. Winners know this. They embrace discomfort because it forges them into something stronger. The question you must ask yourself is, am I willing to become the warrior I was meant to be? The warrior chooses the battle, not the comfort. The warrior doesn't wait for the perfect conditions. They create them. They push themselves every day, no matter the circumstances. They choose growth, no matter how painful. They rise every time, and they rise stronger. Will you choose the same? Lesson 1. Recognize the power of small decisions. Key concept. Every choice you make shapes your future. The first step in breaking free from your comfort zone is understanding that every decision matters. Every small, seemingly insignificant choice you make today is contributing to your future. The act of choosing between comfort and growth, between easy and hard, between now and later. These decisions, though seemingly minor, are actually the building blocks of your destiny. This is where the real battle takes place, in the small, daily decisions that no one notices. The most successful people understand that these small moments accumulate over time and eventually shape the course of their lives. Each decision, whether it's deciding to wake up on time or to tackle a difficult task instead of procrastinating, is a moment that either takes you closer to your potential or pushes you further away from it. The key here is awareness. If you can become aware of the importance of these small decisions, you can begin to actively choose growth, even in the most mundane moments. You stop operating on autopilot and start making deliberate choices that align with your goals. How to implement? Start each day by making one small, tough decision that pushes you outside your comfort zone. Whether it's waking up when your alarm rings, choosing to go for a run instead of hitting the snooze button, or tackling that challenging email instead of putting it off. Make it a non-negotiable part of your morning routine. Over time, these small wins will compound and shift your mindset to prioritize growth over comfort. When faced with decisions throughout the day, ask yourself, is this pushing me toward excellence or pulling me toward mediocrity? This could be as simple as choosing to spend 30 minutes learning a new skill instead of mindlessly scrolling through your phone. When you can recognize the choices that matter most, you become empowered to choose the path that leads to growth. Keep a journal of your daily decisions for 1 week. Track the small choices you make and reflect on whether they're moving you closer to your goals or reinforcing your current comfort zone. This exercise helps to build self-awareness and offers insight into areas of your life where you may be subconsciously choosing comfort over growth. Use this information to begin adjusting your daily habits. By focusing on the small decisions and choosing growth even in seemingly insignificant moments, you begin to shift your entire life trajectory. Recognizing the power of small decisions is the foundation upon which every other lesson is built. When you take control of your choices, you take control of your life. And once you realize that, the process of pushing past your limits becomes much easier to sustain. Lesson 2. Embrace discomfort as a growth signal. Key concept. Discomfort is a signal of growth. The path to success is not a smooth one. It's not about finding ease and comfort. It's about stepping into the unknown and willingly embracing the discomfort that comes with change. Discomfort is one of the most powerful indicators of growth. It's a sign that you are stretching yourself, challenging your limits, and stepping beyond what is familiar to you. The moment you feel discomfort, that is the moment when transformation is happening. It's when you push past your comfort zone that you begin to break through the barriers that have kept you stagnant. Most people shy away from discomfort because it feels unpleasant. The truth is, our minds are wired to seek pleasure and avoid pain. However, in the modern world, This survival mechanism often prevents us from reaching our full potential. You must retrain your mind to view discomfort not as a threat, but as a valuable signal that you're moving in the right direction. It's like the burn you feel when you lift heavy weights. At first, it's painful, but over time, that discomfort leads to strength and growth. Understanding that discomfort equals growth requires a shift in perspective. Instead of trying to avoid it, seek it out. Challenge yourself to lean into discomfort. When you start looking for opportunities to push yourself beyond what's comfortable, you'll discover new levels of strength and resilience you didn't even know you had. How to implement. Seek out discomfort intentionally. When you're presented with the option to take the easy route, choose the harder path. If you feel the resistance in your body or mind telling you to avoid something, that's your cue to move toward it. Whether it's taking on a tough project at work, signing up for a challenging fitness program, or engaging in difficult conversations, these moments of discomfort are opportunities to grow. Reframe discomfort as a positive force. The next time you feel uncomfortable, whether it's a physical challenge, a mental hurdle, or an emotional obstacle, remind yourself that it's not a sign to stop. It's a signal that you are progressing, that you are evolving. Reframe discomfort as evidence that you're on the right track. Instead of running from it, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I use this discomfort to become better? Push yourself beyond your current limits. One of the best ways to embrace discomfort is to set goals that are just beyond your current capabilities. If you're working out, challenge yourself to push for one more rep, run one more lap, or increase your weight. In your personal and professional life, push yourself to tackle bigger challenges, speak in public, or take on projects that intimidate you. This is how you build resilience, by stretching your limits and breaking through the discomfort. Change your mindset about failure. When you feel discomfort, it's easy to equate it with failure. But it's important to recognize that failure and discomfort are part of the process. Failure isn't a sign to quit. It's a learning experience. Discomfort means you're on the verge of something greater. Failures, setbacks, and challenges are not the end. They're just the growing pains you need to go through in order to reach the next level. Develop a discomfort tolerance. The more you expose yourself to discomfort, the easier it becomes to handle. Over time, you'll develop a higher tolerance for discomfort, meaning you'll be able to push yourself further and further without being overwhelmed. Just like physical training increases your muscle endurance, emotional and mental discomfort increases your capacity for growth. When you choose to embrace discomfort, you no longer see it as something to fear. Instead, you recognize it as a necessary step toward becoming stronger, more capable, and more successful. Discomfort becomes not just something to endure, but something to seek out. The more you grow comfortable with being uncomfortable, the more unstoppable you become. Remember, the path to greatness is not found in ease. It's forged in the fire of challenge, discomfort, and persistence. Keep pushing yourself. Keep leaning into discomfort. And watch as you transform into the person you were always meant to be. Lesson 3. Build the habit of consistent effort. Key concept. Success is the result of consistent daily effort. Success is rarely a result of a single action or a dramatic leap forward. It's built on the consistent daily efforts that compound over time. The truth is, success is more about persistence than it is about talent, intelligence, or luck. Every great achievement comes from showing up each day, doing the work, and putting in the effort, even when the results aren't immediately visible. This is where most people fail. They expect instant results, or they try to make drastic changes without understanding that success is achieved in incremental steps. The most successful people in the world understand one simple truth. Success is not an event. It's a process. It's a series of small, deliberate actions that accumulate into something greater than the sum of their parts. It's about the habits you cultivate, the effort you put in and day out, and the discipline you maintain when motivation fades. Consistency is the bedrock of any achievement. Building the habit of consistent effort means committing to the process, not just the outcome. It's about showing up, even when you don't feel like it. It's about doing the work, regardless of how long it takes, or how difficult it seems. Over time, the results will come, but they will only come if you remain disciplined in your effort. How to implement. Set clear, measurable goals. Consistency thrives when you know exactly what you're working toward. Set specific, clear goals for yourself. Whether it's a professional target, a health milestone, or a personal development objective, having a clear destination helps keep your efforts focused. Break these larger goals down into smaller, manageable tasks that you can accomplish every day. This turns the overwhelming journey toward success into a series of daily, consistent actions. Create a daily routine that incorporates your goals. Consistency thrives on routine. Develop a schedule that aligns with your goals and commit to it every day. For example, if your goal is to write a book, commit to writing 500 words each day. If it's fitness, dedicate 30 minutes every day to physical exercise. The key is not to overwhelm yourself with massive tasks, but to create a sustainable habit that you can repeat daily without fail. Focus on effort, not results. One of the hardest things to do is to detach your worth and motivation from immediate results. Most people are motivated by the sight of progress, by quick wins and visible achievements. But true consistency comes when you're focused on the effort, not the outcome. Celebrate the fact that you are doing the work every day, regardless of how far you feel from your goal. The process is just as important as the destination. Track your progress and celebrate small wins. To maintain consistent effort, it's important to track your progress, even if it feels incremental. This helps you see that you are moving forward, even on the days when you don't feel like it. Use a journal or a habit tracker to mark off your daily efforts. When you reach a small milestone, whether it's a week of consistent work, completing a certain number of reps, or finishing a chapter of your book, celebrate it. These small victories will keep you motivated and reinforce your commitment to consistency. Push through the days you don't feel like it. On those days when motivation is nowhere to be found, that's when your commitment to consistency will really be tested. It's easy to work when you're inspired, but the true test of character is showing up when you don't feel like it. Those are the days that will define your future success. Learn to push through those moments. Even if you can't give 100% on those days, show up and give something. Give 10%, give 50%, but always show up. Stack your habits. Once you've mastered one habit, build on it. Consistency is not just about maintaining one habit, but also about layering new habits on top of existing ones. For example, if you've built the habit of waking up early to exercise, add a new habit of reading for 20 minutes after your workout. Gradually stacking new habits on top of your existing routine will accelerate your progress and increase your productivity. Be patient and trust the process. The road to success is not fast. It's a marathon, not a sprint. There will be times when your progress seems slow, and you might question whether all your effort is worth it. But remember, success is the result of consistent effort compounded over time. It's like a snowball rolling down a hill. At first, it's small and barely noticeable, but with each day, it grows larger and more powerful. Trust the process and have patience as your efforts build momentum. Consistency over perfection. Don't wait for the perfect moment to take action. Consistency doesn't mean doing things perfectly. It means doing things regularly and making progress, even if that progress isn't always perfect. Perfectionism can paralyze you, keeping you stuck in place. Instead, focus on showing up and doing your best, not on achieving flawless results. Over time, your consistent effort will lead to improvements that no single perfect attempt could ever match. By committing to consistent effort, you're creating a foundation of resilience. You're building the mental toughness that will allow you to keep going when the road gets tough. Remember, success doesn't come from one huge breakthrough. It comes from the daily actions you take, the effort you put in, and the resilience you build when you push through obstacles. Action plan. Define your goals and break them down into smaller, manageable tasks. Create a daily routine that includes these tasks and prioritize them every day. Track your progress, no matter how small, and celebrate your consistency. Push yourself on days when motivation is low and learn to work through resistance. Build on your habits over time, stacking new goals on top of old ones. Trust the process, and remember that your consistent effort is the foundation of success. Consistency is the key that unlocks the door to greatness. By making the daily decision to show up, do the work, and push through discomfort, you will build the momentum needed to achieve extraordinary success. Keep going, even when it feels hard. Keep putting in the effort, because with every step, you're becoming the person capable of achieving what you once thought was impossible. Lesson 4. Stop waiting for motivation. Act first. Key concept. Motivation follows action, not the other way around. One of the biggest lies we tell ourselves is that we need to feel motivated before we can take action. We often find ourselves waiting for the perfect moment, for the right mood, or for the burst of inspiration that will push us to take action. The truth is, this mindset is a trap. Motivation doesn't come before action. It comes after we start. The most successful people don't wait for motivation to strike. They create motivation by simply doing the work, even when they don't feel like it. Think about it. Motivation is a fleeting feeling, like the wind. It blows through, but it doesn't always stay. If you rely solely on motivation to get things done, you'll quickly find yourself stuck in a cycle of inaction, waiting for a feeling that may never come. The secret to success isn't waiting for motivation. It's taking the first step, no matter how small, and allowing action to fuel the momentum that builds motivation. When you take action first, even in the face of doubt or resistance, you break the cycle of procrastination. You create forward momentum that naturally generates motivation, making it easier to keep going. The act of doing is what ultimately drives you to continue moving forward. So, stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop waiting to feel inspired. Start now. How to implement. Take the first step, no matter how small. It doesn't matter if you don't feel like it or if you think you're not ready. The most important thing is to begin. Start with the smallest possible action you can take toward your goal. Whether it's writing a single sentence, working for 10 minutes, or making one call. The key is to overcome the inertia of inaction. Once you take that first step, momentum will begin to build. Commit to doing before feeling. We often wait for the feeling of motivation to come before taking action. Flip that thinking. Commit to the idea that you will act first, and the feeling will follow. For example, instead of waiting for motivation to start exercising, tell yourself you will work out for just 5 minutes. Often, after you get started, you'll find that you're willing to go longer because action has already started the process of generating motivation. Stop making excuses. We are all experts at making excuses. We tell ourselves that we don't have enough time, that we're too tired, or that the conditions aren't right. The truth is, if you wait for ideal conditions to act, you will never act. The conditions will never be perfect. If you truly want to make progress, you must learn to act in spite of the obstacles. Discipline is about doing the work regardless of your excuses or how you feel. Stop waiting for everything to align and take action with what you have, where you are. Focus on process, not results. Motivation often gets stuck in the desire for results. We want instant rewards and instant feedback to fuel our drive. But this is a trap. Focusing too much on the outcome can make the journey feel overwhelming. Instead, focus on the process, the small actions you can take today. Celebrate your consistency and effort, not just the outcome. The more you focus on showing up and doing the work, the more motivation will naturally follow. Develop a just do it mentality. Sometimes, the best way to overcome resistance is to eliminate the mental chatter that keeps you from starting. The longer you think about something, the more doubts and excuses will enter your mind. Develop a just do it mentality. When you feel resistance, push past it by saying, just do it. Commit to taking action right now, regardless of your emotional state or mental hesitations. Create a no excuses rule. Build a habit of rejecting excuses. Set a rule for yourself that excuses have no place in your daily life. Instead of waiting for conditions to be perfect, decide that every day you will take at least one action, no matter how small, toward your goal. When you remove the option to make excuses, you eliminate the barrier that's preventing you from taking action. Make decisions quickly and commit. Often, the reason we don't take action is that we spend too much time contemplating decisions. We overthink, get stuck in analysis paralysis, and never move forward. Make the decision quickly and commit to it. The longer you wait, the harder it becomes to act. Once you commit to taking action, trust yourself enough to follow through without second guessing. Use momentum to build motivation. Once you start acting, motivation begins to build. You'll notice that the first few steps might be difficult, but once you gain momentum, things will start to flow more easily. The key is to keep moving, even when it's hard. Small victories will add up and motivate you to keep going. Think of momentum as the engine that powers your actions. Without it, you're stuck. But once you have it, the work becomes easier. Example of momentum in action. Imagine you want to write a book, but every day you think, I'll do it tomorrow. You feel unmotivated to start, so the cycle continues. But one day, you decide to simply write one paragraph. That's it. You don't pressure yourself to write a chapter, just one paragraph. Once you get started, you may realize that you're in the flow, and suddenly you've written a few pages. You started with the smallest action, but it sparked the motivation to continue. The key was starting, not waiting for motivation to come to you. Key takeaways. Take action first. Motivation follows action, not the other way around. Commit to doing, not feeling. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Perfect timing will never come. Act now and adapt as you go. Focus on the process. Motivation grows from consistent effort, not from the pursuit of immediate results. Eliminate excuses. Stop waiting for the right moment and start working with what you have. Develop a no excuses rule. Commit to taking action each day, no matter how small. Conclusion. Waiting for motivation is a surefire way to stay stuck in the same place. The key to moving forward, to breaking free from procrastination, is to act first. The moment you take that first step, you create momentum. And with that momentum comes the motivation to continue. Don't wait for inspiration to strike. Create it yourself by simply getting started. Act now and let motivation follow. Lesson 5. Redefine your self-image through action. Key concept. Who you are today is not who you must remain. One of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is the ability to shape your self-image. Your self-image is the mental picture you have of yourself, the person you believe yourself to be. It governs how you approach challenges, how you react to setbacks, and most importantly, how you act in everyday situations. Your self-image is the foundation of your behavior and performance. It can either limit you or empower you to reach your full potential. The unfortunate truth is that most people operate with a limited self-image, one that has been shaped by their past experiences, failures, and external influences. Many of us base our self-image on what others think of us, or on our past mistakes, rather than on the limitless potential that exists within us. But here's the liberating truth. Your self-image is not fixed. It is not permanent. It is something that you can redefine at any moment. Every action you take, every step you take toward your goals, is an opportunity to reshape your self-image. You don't have to wait for external validation or approval. You can begin right now, through consistent action, to redefine who you are and what you are capable of. You can transform your self-image by proving to yourself, through action, that you are capable of achieving greatness, no matter where you started from, or what limitations you may have believed you had. How to implement. Start with small actions that challenge your self-image. If you have a limiting belief about yourself, like thinking you're not disciplined, capable, or talented enough to achieve your goals, start proving that belief wrong through small actions. For example, if you think you lack discipline, take a small step to challenge that. Maybe it's committing to wake up at 5 a.m. every day, or it's sticking to a fitness routine for a week. With each small action, you will begin to rewrite the story you've been telling yourself about who you are. Take on challenges that force you to grow. Redefining your self-image requires you to step outside your comfort zone and take on challenges that stretch you. Whether it's taking on a difficult project at work, entering a new field, or starting a business, putting yourself in situations that push you beyond what you thought you were capable of will force you to reassess who you are and what you're capable of. Every time you succeed at something that challenges you, your self-image will grow stronger, more confident, and more resilient. Visualize the person you want to become. Visualization is a powerful tool for reshaping your self-image. Close your eyes and imagine the person you want to be. The version of yourself who has already achieved the goals you're striving for. Picture yourself succeeding, feeling confident, taking on challenges with ease. As you visualize this version of yourself, begin to embody that image in your actions. Start making decisions and taking actions as if you are already that person. Your self-image will begin to shift as you consistently take on the role of the person you aspire to be. Challenge your inner critic. Most of us have an inner critic, those negative voices that tell us we're not good enough, not capable enough, or that we're not worthy of success. These voices are rooted in your current self-image. The key to redefining your self-image is to challenge and silence that inner critic. Instead of accepting these negative thoughts as truth, confront them with positive affirmations and evidence of your capabilities. When you hear that voice telling you, "You can't," respond with, "I am capable, I am worthy, and I am taking action today to prove myself wrong." Over time, the inner critic will become weaker, and your new, empowered self-image will take root. Create new habits that reflect your desired identity. The key to changing your self-image is to make sure your actions reflect the person you want to become. If you want to be seen as disciplined, create daily habits that reflect discipline. If you want to be seen as a leader, take leadership opportunities, even if they scare you. The more you act in alignment with your desired self-image, the stronger that self-image will become. Consistency is the key. With every new habit you adopt, you reinforce the identity of the person you are striving to become. Use positive self-talk to reinforce your new identity. The way you talk to yourself matters. Your thoughts influence how you see yourself and how you perform. If you want to redefine your self-image, start by changing the language you use about yourself. Stop saying things like, "I'm not good enough," or "I'm too weak to succeed." Instead, tell yourself, "I am capable of achieving anything I set my mind to. I am strong and resilient," or "I am always growing and improving." This positive self-talk will create a mental foundation for the new, empowered identity you are working to build. Surround yourself with people who support your new image. The people you spend time with have a significant impact on your self-image. If you are constantly around people who reinforce your old limiting beliefs, it will be difficult to break free from that mindset. Surround yourself with people who believe in your potential, who challenge you to grow, and who support your goals. These people will help you see yourself through a more empowered lens and encourage you to become the best version of yourself. Measure your progress. As you take consistent action, it's important to measure your progress. Track your achievements and reflect on how far you've come. This will help reinforce the fact that your self-image is indeed shifting. When you look back at your progress, you'll realize that you've become someone new. Not because of what others think of you, but because of the actions you've taken and the person you've decided to become. Be patient with the process. Changing your self-image takes time. It's not an overnight transformation. It requires consistent action, belief in your potential, and a commitment to growth. Don't get discouraged if things don't change immediately. Understand that as long as you continue to take action toward your goals, your self-image will shift. Trust the process and stay committed to becoming the person you aspire to be. Example of self-image transformation. Consider someone who believes they're not good with money. Their self-image is rooted in the idea that they'll never be financially successful. To change this, they could start by taking small steps, like creating a budget, saving a certain percentage of their income, or learning about investing. Each time they take action in alignment with a more financially responsible identity, they start to see themselves differently. Eventually, this person no longer sees themselves as someone bad with money, but as someone who is financially disciplined, capable of making sound financial decisions. Key takeaways. Your self-image is not fixed. It is shaped by your actions and beliefs, and you can redefine it at any time. Challenge your limiting beliefs.